shrinking the ability for women in particular to exercise their right to free expression and online association. On a positive note, we bear witness to the fruit of our advocacy. In line with our recommendations for social media companies, women in particular to exercise their right to free expression and online association. We bear witness to the fruit of our advocacy. In line with our recommendations for social media companies, women in particular to exercise their right to free expression and online. On a positive note, we bear witness to the fruit of our advocacy. In line with our recommendations for social media companies to strengthen policies and enforcement on political messaging and electoral misconduct, this past week, Meta, the holding company that owns Facebook, informed us of steps taken by the platform to increase electoral integrity, such as providing transparency on who is paying for political ads and hosting ads in the ad library. This is against other wins, such as growing appreciation for data protection, impact assessments by government and the private sector for processing of data that poses high risks to individuals. These wins are a step in the right direction, calling for us to be ever more vigilant in our efforts to uphold our digital rights. As we begin these interesting discussions today, I hope this presents us with an opportunity to critically assess how far we have come and what efforts we need to do together in the spirit of multi-stakeholderism to ensure a resilient internet. The last thing I want to say is this. With COVID has come great risks and of course, great opportunities. A good friend of mine coined this term, CADIT, COVID-assisted digital transformation. Some of the things that we are seeing today, the fact that I can address you guys virtually and I can see most of you on the big screen is as a result of matters that have been forced onto us because of the COVID restrictions. So I would like us to ensure that we take these wins through these adverse times and take major advantage of them going forward. Asanteni sana, thank you very much, and I wish you a great and productive day of discourse and discussions. Over to you back, my brother Victor.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. After hearing from Adi, I'd like to invite Ms. Grace Githaiga, who is the convener of Pictonet, to make her welcome remarks. Grace.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Grace Githaiga. I convene Pictonet. And on behalf of Pictonet, which is the Kenya ICT Action Network, there's a microphone, another microphone. Okay, it's this one. Okay. Which is the Kenya ICT Action Network. I would like to invite you to this Kenya Internet Governance Forum, the 15th edition. I think we need to clap for ourselves because Kenya happens to be among the first countries in the world that actually once it was announced that countries could go ahead with convening multi-stakeholder grouping to discuss internet issues, Kenya was among the first countries actually to hold an internet governance forum. And we have consistently done so until today. That has happened because of your interest and what you have been able to do. So the Kenya IGF is convened by KICTANET and partners, and that has continuously been the process where we have multi-stakeholderism in support, in conversations, in the convenings, and I want to thank all of you. So KICTANET is a multi-stakeholder think tank for ICT and policy regulation. The network acts as a catalyst for reform in ICT sector and is guided by 4 pillars. 1, policy advocacy, stakeholder engagement, capacity building, and research. KICTANET's guiding philosophy is that of encouraging synergies for ICT, policy-related activities and initiatives. The network has continued to provide mechanisms and a framework for continuing cooperation, engagement, and collaboration in ICT matters among the industry, technical community, academia, media, development partners, civil society, and government. This year, we had more activities that constituted the Kenya Internet Governance Week, and I'm going to be outlining them. But before I do that, I just want to say, for those who might be attending the Kenya IGF for the first time, the Internet Governance Forum is actually celebrated globally, and then we have continental convenings that also we have regional convenings such as the East Africa Internet Governance Forum. And then we have national or country convenings. And so this is where public policy issues related to key elements of internet governance, such as internet sustainability, robustness, security, stability, and development are discussed. So the purpose of the IGF is to maximize the opportunity for open and inclusive dialogue and the exchange of ideas on internet governance related issues, create opportunities to share best practices and experiences, identify emerging issues and bring them to attention of the relevant and general public, and contribute to capacity building for internet governance forum. This year's IGF global theme is resilient internet for a shared, sustainable, and common future. So the Kenya Internet Governance Forum theme is aligned to the global theme and will respond to local context issues in today's conversation, including the upcoming 2022 general election, where, if you have been following the events, the chairman has indicated that there will be no manual voting. It will be interesting to see how that will happen, because we know, what we are hearing from him is that it is possible to actually have tech deployed in all parts of this country. So it's an interesting thing that we will all be watching. And so, these are some of the activities that have informed the Kenya Internet Governance Week. So we began with the Kenya School of Internet Governance, KESIG, which of course began earlier. So it's taken 2 weeks, and completion is today. They will be graduating today. So this is an annual training that we have, and we induct new and fresh voices into ICT policymaking processes. You do know that sometimes advocacy can be so slow, it can be tiring, it can be discouraging. So sometimes even the very active voices pull out. During Kibaki's government, we saw the critical voices being co-opted into government, and that sort of left civil society with a gap, that they didn't have such strong voices that had been agitating for change. So we realized for this sector, there's need to consistently have fresh voices that bring in fresh energy and continue to take up on these things. In collaboration with GIZ, we also conducted a 3-day women's digital security training of trainers, where 20 women aged between 18 to 34 years drawn from social justice organizations, civil society, and private sector were trained. We had a roundtable meeting on women's that discussed women's privacy and data protection in the context of elections, which included launching a policy brief on privacy concerns for women. And it is because we also realize that we are already seeing so much data breaches, and especially where women are concerned. And so this is a conversation that we must hold and engage in and actually confront. And that, of course, we are looking into creating a community of practice for women to actually who can continue advocating for these issues. In collaboration with Meta, we held an engagement with over 50 representatives, mainly to discuss privacy concerns on online platforms. Meta holds several platforms that are very popular in this country. And so we were discussing what are the privacy concerns and what can be put in place, what is possible, what is not possible. And then in collaboration with CIPESA from Uganda, we launched 2 study reports, one on disinformation pathways, especially in this electioneering period, and the other one on data governance, that we looked at COVID practices and what were the data practices. And then at the same time, in collaboration with UK Data Access Program, DAP partners, ICTA, KFCB, APDK, that's the Association of People with Disabilities in Kenya, and British Council, we held a training on cyber hygiene. And this was with women, PWDs and youth from Mathare, Kibera, and Mukuru. And this training is part of our cyber hygiene campaign aimed at equipping marginalized and digitally excluded communities with practical skills on how to stay online. We also held a Kenya Youth IGF Week day yesterday, and this one seeks to bring in voices of the youth into the internet governance conversations. Later today, we shall have a fireside in the evening, which you're all invited, a fireside chat event, which will discuss and launch the digital readiness of e-government in Kenya. This was a collaboration with GIZ and the Estonia e-governance academy. And it will just be interesting to hear those conversations. And of course, the culmination of the Kenya IGF Week is the event we have right now, which I have said is the 15th edition, and whose theme is Resilient Internet for Shared and Sustainable Common Future. So this theme, Resilient Internet, just for a minute, just think about it. Resilient Internet for Shared and Sustainable Common Future. I want to pause and reflect on the journey of the internet in Kenya, which can be traced way back maybe to 30 years. Years ago, the main concerns were on access and affordability. Access to gadgets, access to Wi-Fi, access to data bundles, and then affordability. The main concerns, we actually were so much concerned on the issue of access. Then we moved to how to roll e-government services. And KRA made it mandatory for us to file our taxes online. This for us as the industry, as the sector, confirmed that internet had now entered into Maslow's hierarchy of needs at a basic level where you need water, food. I know you all experience when you have visitors, you ask them, can I offer you tea, water, or the Wi-Fi password? Or people will come to your house and the first thing they ask is, what's your password Wi-Fi? So then discourse moved to content creation and diversity and content moderation. Then harms and risks arising from the internet use, such as cybersecurity, privacy, hate speech, and disinformation now. And then COVID happened. And boom, seasons changed. More people including school children, doctors, pharmacies, and even those who had been so reluctant to embrace ICTs, moved online. At Kenya IGF, we also had to move online. For the last 2 years, we've convened this online. The global IGF was convened online. But if you remember when the shutdown started happening, we were all waiting for COVID. After 3 weeks, it would be gone. After a month, it would be gone. Then we waited 1, 2, 3, 4 months. All of us had to move. So now, at the moment, we are starting to see again the need to address some of the emerging challenges for the public. For example, the need to make cyber hygiene an everyday normal practice, akin to the way all of us learned automatically to wash our hands and sanitize our hands during COVID. We also need to find ways to combat disinformation, especially in this electionary period, and fake news, and promote responsible use of internet during elections, enhance data governance, and ensure that, digital inclusion and last mile connectivity to ensure that we don't leave anyone behind. I think more importantly, we need to continuously think and debate about what the future of internet should look like. We need to think the unimagined technologies that have not yet been developed, that are in the pipeline, the good they propose, and the new risks that will be presented with them. What are some of these things that we have not thought about? And that's the question we should be asking ourselves when we talk of a future and resilient internet. How will this future look like? For example, will we be moving to metaverse? How do we prepare for this? What will be the data issues? What will be the regulation like? How will the internet look like 10 years or 20 years from now? So as we talk of a resilient internet, secure internet, these are some of the things that we must think about. So ideas that come from this meeting are going to be critical for our kids and future generations. For example, how Generation Z is using the internet today is so different from me, and so will it be from the next generation. So this IGF and the IGF convening is the place where all these conversations commence, happen, and actually suggest some of the, some of the policy concerns. So the main outcome of this IGF, as we know, it's to maximize opportunities and open and inclusive dialogue and exchange of ideas through multi-stakeholderism. So we have different stakeholders like Victor identified in this room. And so this therefore is an opportunity for all of us to reflect on the future, the unimagined, and how well prepared we are for this unimagined future as the internet has continued to present itself. As the organizers, as the conveners of this Kenya IGF, we are so grateful to our sponsors, to Communications Authority, Bonakime, we are very grateful. To GIZ, Salome, we are very grateful. To Safaricom, Kiptines and team and Ann Biomdo, we are very grateful. To FCDO, Shina and Charles, Asanteni, Sipesa, all the way from Uganda, Wakabi, thank you very much. Huawei, Adam here and team, thanks for the continuous support. Kenny, always part of this process. TESPOC, Afrinic for the first time, IGFSA, Liquid Technologies, that is our internet provider today. So we are also grateful, and especially to those who have continued holding our hands, that is CA, Safaricom, Meta, and Kenik, have been a consistent supporter in the Kenya IGF, and we urge you to actually continue just doing this. We want to applaud all of you, the speakers, the participants, all of you who actually have found time to come and engage in this discourse. We want to thank you for your time and for responding to the invite. We look forward to stimulating conversations conversations that will capture ideas that will get us to this and imagine the future. That will ensure that we have a resilient internet for shared, sustainable, and common future. Asanteni.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Grace, for those remarks. Moving on, just one small announcement. For some of us, I know the programs are not on the table, but because you're a digital community, you can go to www.kigf.or.ke. That's www.kigf.or.ke. Then you'll find the link for Kenya IGF and you'll find the program there so that then you can be able to follow. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Christopher Kimei from the Communications Authority to come and make his remarks. Karibu. Makofi kidogo.
Thank you very much, Victor. Said we are all digital, but I'm sure many of you are wondering why I'm carrying a piece of pen. The more we become digital, the more we become analog sometimes. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize the chairman of KICTANET, Ali Hussein. I'm not too sure whether he's in. Grace Gidaiga, the convener of KICTANET. Immaculate Kasait, the data commissioner. I'm not sure whether she's here. The representative from KRA. Amnesty International, hello. Fortunately, the previous speakers have helped me recognize all the partners of this forum. Communications Authority of Kenya, Meta, GIZ, Safaricom, UK8, CPESA, Huawei, Kenik, Tesco, Afrinic, ICFASA, Liquid, and many others, the European Union, and all the colleagues from far and near. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you, friends. I see many of you, are familiar with faces. Allow me to start by saying that, or rather to pass on the apologies from my Director General, who really wished to be with you this morning. Unfortunately, he had another important engagement, a regional event in Zanzibar, which again is addressing some of the things that this forum is also addressing. I'll then not necessarily read his speech, but I'll just try to highlight some of the issues that he wanted to share with you. But allow me to start by saying that it's really always a pleasure for CA to be part of this Kenya Internet Governance Forum. We have consistently participated in all the 15 previous KIGF. And the reason why we do this is because we really value this forum. We value this forum because we consider it to be a very critical foundation through which we get inputs from stakeholders on matters internet governance. As many of you are probably aware, we are at a phase where there is rapid transition globally, not just with respect to ICT generally, but more importantly, in the space of the internet. A lot of things are happening as we speak, And it is really important for all of us to not only be aware about what is happening, but to find a way of shaping the outcome of the process that is currently taking place. Here in Kenya, of course, as I said, the KIGF is a critical forum through which we sift through many of the ideas that we then carry forward to forums that make decisions about internet governance generally, both regionally as well as internationally. As a regulator, obviously, our role, and as been indicated earlier, is to establish a facilitative and enabling environment for ICTs to grow generally. But more importantly, for safe and effective use of new technologies that keep emerging all the time. That is really our role, just to ensure that we have an enabling environment for all the players, all the industry players, as well as consumers, to be able to be in harmony in terms of, progressive, utilization of ICT technologies. So I'm happy to see almost, the entire breadth of the industry players in this room, both locally and internationally, of course. And to say that I think together, being Kenyans, being East Africans, being Africans, and being global citizens, we all have one intention. We may be having differences on approach, and I notice every time we go into international forums where we do engagement and try to negotiate on how to do things, one thing is very common. The objective from all of us is the same. We only differ in terms of approach, and maybe this is informed by different cultural backgrounds, different administrative structures, and so on. But at the end of the day, being global citizens, I think we mean well for each other. Just to indicate that just about 2 weeks ago, I think with a few of you, we met in Kigali for the World Telecom Development Conference. And as Africa, we managed to really push for an agenda of putting the cybersecurity as one of the key pillars in terms of the global development, ICT development agenda. It was not an easy discussion, but when you look at cyber hygiene, and we reflect upon ourselves in terms of what is our status, how prepared are we? You will notice a very key difference. The developed world have structures in place, very well established structures in dealing with cyber hygiene. But in most developing countries, we rely on, assistance coming from organizations that we subscribe to. And because of that difference, oftentimes there is a rift between the developed and developing, as in they don't see that as being a priority. But for us, we see it as a priority. One point that I want to put across today, and this is a personal appeal, is that I think perhaps through KicToNet or other, similar, organizations that then bring all the stakeholders together, I think it is important going forward that we try to come up with all the issues that are of critical importance to us as a country, as a citizen, so that then we carry forward when we go to discuss these issues in both sub-regional, regional, and international fora, that those concerns and aspirations are then carried forward. Without doing that, I think we will continue being left behind. I take notice, for example, there was a previous mention of some of the initiatives that we've taken in the past, recent past, facilitating things like community networks. I think the previous speaker that I was listening to mentioned a number of things that we are doing locally. And if I can give you an example of the environment of the 5G, the issues that are, going on in terms of, our 5G roadmap, for example, how aligned is that with our aspirations going forward in the future? Fairly soon, we will be having situations where we are relying more on the internet for, Internet of Things and stuff, all stuff relating to robotics and so on and so forth. And Huawei obviously will tell you more about that, that we need to be much more careful about that. We need to be more prepared. We will soon be seeing cars without drivers in these cities. It's already happening elsewhere. Are we really prepared as a culture with our kind of environment? What is likely to happen in situations like those? We have issues relating to spectrum issues that then other jurisdictions have different perspectives that are perhaps not sitting well with us. So all I'm trying to say here, ladies and gentlemen, is that this forum is extremely critical. And just to give you an example, and arising from our consistent participation in these forums, we've just not been coming to sit and listen and go away. We've been taking in a lot of inputs from these engagements. And out of that, and in realization of our role within the industry, we've been able to put in place a lot of initiatives. I'll just mention a few in relation to cyber readiness, for example, and resilience, which relates to the theme of this event. We have noted that a cyber ready and resilient nation must have plans in place to identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover from disruptions brought about by cyber threats. Cyber threat currently is a big issue. And for this reason, we've put in place the National Computer Incident Response Team, which you're aware of, well aware about, and it is a multi-agency collaboration effort on this cybersecurity management issue. It runs 24/7 with highly trained multi-agency personnel and with state-of-the-art systems that then facilitate threat detection, prevention, threat analysis, incidents response. And as an example, in the period between July 2021 and April 2022, the KSAT detected over 351 million cyber threats that are targeting us, that have targeted us. You can imagine if we do not have a system like that in place to forewarn us in advance, probably will not be doing any meaningful banking or meaningful transactions in this country. We would probably just run into a halt. We also have a digital forensic laboratory that is then has been able to facilitate investigations of over 700 cyber crime cases successfully. We know that, and based on our statistics, over 95% actually of cyber security breaches are caused by human error, as in malicious in most cases, some cases inadvertent, but they are all from human error, background. It is for this reason that we consider spearheading cyber awareness. And I think mention has been made of the various initiatives that KICTANET keeps doing in terms of not only awareness, but training of vulnerable members of our society on cyber hygiene matters. FCDO, my friend Charles, I think, is in the room, and his colleagues have been very facilitative with this particular area. And I think it's an area that we need to continue undertaking in terms of ensuring that everyone is made aware of the threats that come with this very enticing, technologies such as the internet. Child online protection is one of the areas that we have been on it for a while. This arose from, again, previous conversations that culminated into the identification of this major threat to our kids, the exposure to the internet and undesirable content. And it's for this reason that we continue to run this campaign targeting children and youth. The campaign is dubbed Huwezi Kutuchezea, Tuko Cyber Smart. And I think it's been very responsive. And we want to continue with this partnership because we are not just doing it alone, we are doing it with so many partners. Just to emphasize that really sustainable and common future, internet for shared and sustainable common future cannot be achieved through working in silos. I think this is really the key message, and we must therefore continue this collaboration and partnership at both locally and international space, so that then we enhance our cyber readiness. Allow me to end by saying that we really do appreciate KicTaNet for bringing us, all of us together as stakeholders. For main purpose is really to discuss and identify action points towards enhancing our effective cyber resilience for a shared sustainable common future. I think this shared sustainable should be really be emphasized. As I said at the beginning, our differences are very small compared to the things that we share in common. And this is really, we need to emphasize more on the positive side of this issue, as opposed to the negative side of it. So with these few remarks, I take this opportunity to wish you a very fruitful deliberations, even as we look forward to participating in various panel sessions. As I said, we have been participating, we'll continue participating, and we've been doing that, as I said initially, for purposes of us carrying forward some of the outputs coming from this event. I thank you very much. I hope I've not taken too much of your time, and look forward to this conversation. Thank you very much. I didn't use my analog.
Very interesting. Thank you very much, Mr. Kemei, for those remarks from the Communication Authority. You've raised very important issues about connectivity, security, and actually the need for collective action. And indeed, the Kenya IGF is a representation of a multi-stakeholder effort. And just so that we see how diverse we are, let's just do a small exercise. I'll start with A going down. So if you're in academia, maybe just stand up and wave. Just see, academia. If you're a doctor, where are you? Is the doctor? Doctor, academia. Yeah. Okay. So B is for business. So all the guys who are in business community. Ebu stand up, you see, can't see. Business. Business. You run a company or work for a company. Hey, Meta, I see you guys. All right, karibuni. Civil society. Simameni. Civil society. Yeah, just wave. Non-governmental organization. All right, thank you. Non-profit. Okay. Donors. If you usually give money. All right, thank you. We come to G, government. G for government. I see it. Yeah. All right, yes, thank you very much. I was going to go to M, but I see they're standing. Media. Yeah, just wave. If you're behind the camera, just wave to everybody so that they see. And then I'll jump to S. Maybe, do you have any students in the room? If you're in school somewhere? Learners, yes. Karibuni sana. Because it's an ICT event, where the techies in the room? Safi kabisa. So, welcome everybody. The hashtag for the event is KEIGF 2022. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the next panel. I'd invite Grace to come to the stage. And we also have on that panel, Mr. Stephen Kiplines, Mercy Ndegwa, and John Rails, who's be joining us online. Mercy Wanjao joining online. And Sheena, please, karibu to the stage.
I think Victor forgot to mention the ICT practitioners who, there's been a proposal to regulate ICT practitioners. Maybe we needed to see who they are. Okay. Victor, what time do you have for this conversation? Okay, 45. Okay. All right. So, microphone. I can already warn you that my panelists, from Kiplines to Sheena, to Mercy Ndegwa, to Mercy Wanjao, are very interesting speakers. So I know I'm going to have a very difficult time trying, to moderate and tell them to stop. Sometimes when I listen to them, I get carried away. So please, I think we need a timekeeper to tell me, no, now we need to stop. The conversation is interesting, but we need to stop. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just ask each of you to just say who you are. And because this is the theme of this conversation, resilient internet and shared sustainable and common future, just tell us in a sentence or in a tweet, or they increased the characters of the tweet, why you are interested in the internet.
Good morning, everyone. I think it's still morning. Good morning, everyone. More energy than that. We had an amazing breakfast courtesy of Kiplines. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mercy Ndegwa. I am the Public Policy Director, East and Horn of Africa at Meta. I'm really excited to be here this morning, largely because internet governance issues are really important for us, given that our business is primarily on the internet. And so we are really keen to make sure that we are participating, listening, learning, and sharing with others regarding what would be best when it comes to the internet, but also, more importantly, collaborating and seeing how we can make the internet a better space for all. And so when I think about the theme this year, 3 words strike me. I love the idea of shared. I think shared is exactly what we do all over the internet. Meta's mission is to give people the power to build community and bring the world closer together. And so sharing is really very core to what we do and the mission that we have as a company. Really excited about the word sustainable, because at the end of the day, I think all of us have seen how much we rely on the internet on everything. It is very, very critical for all sectors. It enables a lot of things to happen. And so for that reason, making sure that it is something that we can be able to continue riding on into the future and continuing to power up all of the different sectors through it is exciting for us. And lastly, common. I think having that consensus, it's very African for us to come around the same table, to come around the fire, or to come around to tell each other stories and do things together. And so the idea of connectedness is really important. Like I said, our mission is to give people the power to build community and bring the world closer together. And that cannot happen without us having common visions, common aspirations, sharing common challenges and so on. So some of those words strike me in that way, and therefore really keen, since it's all central to making the internet a better space.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Sheena Raikandalia. I'm the country director for the UK Kenya Tech Hub. So we're part of the FCDO, and a lot of people have mentioned the DAP, the Digital Access Program, and the UK Kenya Tech Hub is the third pillar in that. So, governments, we like working with pillars. So the first pillar of the DAP is around how do we get people online? And that's where we've been working with CA and a lot of other parties on how do we get people online? How do we make sure that it's affordable? How do we make sure that people that are, not just in Nairobi, but far away in the remote counties are able to access the internet? The second pillar is how do we be safe online? Because it's one thing to get people online, but as mentioned earlier in the keynote, we need to be safe. So the second pillar is all around cybersecurity and making sure, yep, we're going to get you online, but then we're going to help you be safe online. And then the third pillar, which is my favorite pillar, of course, is then how do we use the internet to help build the tech ecosystem? How do we use the internet to help support tech entrepreneurs? And how do we use the internet to help support sort of businesses and people? Now, I'm going to give a really quick definition of tech, because sometimes when I say tech, people are like, well, that's not really me. I don't do AI. I don't do blockchain. But I think my definition of tech is very broad. It's three things. And this is going to answer the question of why this forum is interesting. So the reason it's interesting is, one, the first definition of tech is all the cool stuff, the sexy stuff, AI, blockchain, big data, drone. I mean, we all hear about it and we're like, this is awesome. But let's be realistic, it's about 1% or up to 3% in Africa. And yes, it's going to make a big impact, and we've already seen that it does, but it's just one aspect. So what's the second bit of tech and internet that's exciting? Where internet can be used as an enabler. How can we use tech and internet to get food, healthcare, education to the people that need it the most? And tech as an enabler, or internet as an enabler, is what excites me. And finally, some people might call it most boringly, but operational tech. How can tech be used to get, whether it's governments, NGOs, businesses, SMEs, to become better, to become more efficient, to increase their revenues, to decrease their operations? And I think that those three combined is why this forum excites me. It's because we're getting all the different stakeholders, as we've just highlighted, together in this mission together, getting us online, getting us safe, and let's earn money using tech.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Kitchenes. I have been part of IGF for a couple of years, having worn a different hat, and I should have stood for academia because that's one of the hats that I wear in the University of Nairobi. The last hat I wore, the last IGF, was that of a practicing lawyer in technology. I do now represent Safaricom as the Chief Corporate Affairs Officer, and Safaricom is absolutely intent on participating and continuing to be a part of the IGF forum, especially because of a couple of things, starting with the fact that Safaricom has been in transition and transforming, moving from being a purely telco company to a technology company. And our mission is to go out there and transform lives, and doing this through purpose. The theme of this year's conference is absolutely apt with regard to the partnerships that need to be sustained with different actors in different spaces, from government to non-governmental agencies, to the individuals that are participating and that desire to be connected to the internet. Safaricom's role in transforming, Safaricom's journey in transforming to a technology company involves several aspects, not just the infrastructural side of things. There's the devices side of things, there's the products and services. And what we are doing as a business is to inculcate purpose in what we are doing. not just on the commercial side of the business, but from a sustainable side, from a sustainable perspective. And there's quite a lot that the business is doing and intends to do over the next couple of years as we go towards achieving our mission by 2025, in becoming a core partner, embedding purpose in how we innovate in our products, embedding purpose in the services that we offer. The internet is such a crucial issue, and one of the things that was mentioned by Gigi is that it's at the base of the Maslow table. It is a fundamental right. It's not just food, air, water. It is access to the internet. But having said that, I still think that the core things you mentioned around universal service are still real and live with us today, despite the fact that it's, you said, 20 to 30 years in the past. Accessibility, issues of whether the internet is accessible. And if the answer to that is yes, perhaps the next question is whether it's affordable. We have one of the better penetrations across the continent. We have one of the better download speeds across the continent, but there's a whole raft of our subscribers who are on feature phones who cannot and will not access the best that the internet has to offer because of the kind of phones they have. It's one of the reasons why, we have certain of our products which offers our subscribers the opportunity to upgrade to a higher level phone through a payment plan. Then the other question, besides accessibility and affordability, is how available it is across the country. And without going into what we are going to discuss in terms of what we are doing as a business, as one of the questions you'll be asking the panel today, I think there's still so much work to be done by us as a technology company in partnership with different players in the sector to ensure that we can build an internet that's resilient, that's robust, and that offers shared benefits across the community. The important, and I'm closing with this, the important thing for Safaricom is that we are able to show our subscribers, our customers, and generally those even who are not our customers, because the internet is about availability across the whole country and the continent, that there's a deeper reason we are doing this, and it's not commercial. The commercial, yes, indeed, is part of it, but embedding purpose in what we do, in how we think through how we are connecting, will allow us to partner and offer services that are affordable, that are accessible, and that really will provide 100% plus sort of penetration. And we think that there's quite a bit that has been done by the Communications Authority, and I'll come to that in my subsequent remarks, but I'll leave it at that for the time being.
Quite interesting, when we hear the words. Mercy, are you there from
Yes,
Communications Authority?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please give us in one sentence why the internet interests you.
Okay, thanks very much, and a very good morning to you all. My name is Mercy Wanjau, the Director of Legal Affairs at Communications Authority. The internet interests me, it excites me, and it really fascinates me because it's such a formidable tool of collaboration and full expression of ideas and culture and thoughts. And I can't imagine that there has ever been a platform that has allowed anyone who has something to say to give expression like the internet has. I think this is even very, very profound for us on the African continent, because this gives us a platform to share our world to the rest in a manner that anyone can say anything. Of course, it carries responsibility with it. That really fascinates me about the internet.
Thank you so much, Mercy. John, are you there online?
Yes, I'm there. Hello to everybody. My name is John. I'm head of the cyber staff here at the German Foreign Office in Berlin, and I'm very happy to join you online. I wish I could just be sitting with you on the panel in Nairobi, but thanks for taking me on board in a virtual way. As head of the cyber staff here at the Foreign Office, I work on cyber diplomacy, which is mainly building international norms inside the United Nations in the hope that they may stabilize and secure cyberspace. I also work on our international partnerships because Germany very much relies on exchange with its international partners when it comes to securing its internet. We don't think that any single country can achieve that alone. We need to do that in very close collaboration with international partners. For us, this is mainly the European Union partners, and to also work on cyber capacity building with partners all over the world. So assisting other countries that look towards building and improving their resilience. So this is what we do at the Cyber Staff here at the Foreign Office in Berlin. And I don't have a sentence, but a question. And that would be, can we secure and stabilize the internet as a global platform that brings people together? Or will the internet slip into a domain of conflict? This is something that interests me, particularly as a diplomat. So much for the start from Berlin.
Okay, interesting stuff. You can hear already we have started the conversation. Some of the keywords that are coming out: access, safety online, partnerships, purpose, shared resources and benefits, universal services, embedding purpose in what we do, collaboration, free expression of thoughts. Quite interesting. I will then go to the next question, and thank you so much for articulating this. Mercy, especially, we want to recognize you because you did believe in KESIG and have consistently supported the element of new voices. So the next question that I want to pose to all of you is what measures out of what interests you in the internet, and looking into this resilient internet for future. What have you put in place to actually ensure that we have a resilient internet? And I'm asking this question across to my 5 panelists because you all are so critical in this internet space.
Thank you so much, Gigi. Really excited to be discussing this topic because, like I said earlier, I think the internet is really an enabler for all, and we've had all of the different speakers alluding to that part. For Meta, I think some of the things we're thinking about and have been very, very deliberate and intentional about would include, for example, primarily thinking about how can we make sure that our platforms are providing everyone and anyone around the world with an opportunity to amplify their voice, to be heard, to express themselves on our platforms and online on the internet. And how can we do that while at the same time balancing that with the safety of those people on our platforms? So safety and security is a really critical point. We've had a lot of investment in ensuring that we are addressing safety and security concerns that we hear when it comes to how people are experiencing our platforms and how they're using them. And part of actually having regional teams, so for example, myself and others who are based in the region, is for that very reason, to ensure that we are very close to those who are using our platforms, to experience with them, to understand what concerns they have in the experiences that they have on our platform, be able to share those insights internally in how we end up then developing the rules that govern how people conduct themselves on our platforms, which we call the community standards. Some of you may be aware of those, making sure that we are also allowing for global voices in shaping what those policies look like eventually, making sure that we are allowing for the participation of all of the different constituents in ensuring that even in the way we automate the features that you end up with to enhance your safety or security has also been informed by the feedback that we're getting from everywhere in the world. So we have teams like mine and many other teams in the safety and security, specifically dealing with safety and security issues that are involved in that. So safety and security is really important. And I think that one is something that we will continue to do because at the end of the day, like I said, we want the internet to be a space where we harness the best out of it. And so minimizing and mitigating the risks that come with it also is really critical. The second thing is we've made a lot of investment and been very intentional about collaboration. You've just mentioned investment, or let me say the efforts we are putting in place to support internet governance, let me say initiatives or advocacy work. For example, participating in the KESIG, working very closely with KICTANET. We've had many conversations with different stakeholder groups, some of whom are in this room, civil society, academia, media, and others, to understand how can we support you more in pivoting or being able to advance the advocacy work you do or the work that you're championing by leveraging on the digital tools that we have so that you can increase your reach, you can be able to track for whether they're having impact and so on and so forth. So collaboration and partnership is really critical. For us, we know that the internet being a space that is, we only are one of the players, and there's many, as you've seen in the room, all of whom are interested in the internet. It is imperative that everybody comes together in thinking about how we collaborate and partner. And so for us, when we're thinking about how, for example, we develop the tools that we have or the platforms that we have, so Meta is the company brand name that represents the different technologies we offer and apps. You have Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Messenger, most of which are used regularly by people in this room and in Kenya largely. And so for us, we know that for us to be able to address the risks that come with those spaces, but also the amplify the opportunities, we have to work very closely with experts in all of those spheres that I've mentioned and the different groups. So we, for example, when it comes to thinking about issues like safety of children or the safety of women or other vulnerable communities online, we have to lean in on the expertise of experts in those different disciplines and sectors. And so we do that a lot as Meta. So collaboration and partnership is really critical. When I think about equity and inclusion as another area that we are very keen on, some of the things we ask ourselves is how can we as a company make sure that our platforms are accessible similarly across the world? Our products are very homogeneous, they can be used. The experience you have here on Facebook is the same one that somebody else sitting in Europe or elsewhere would be having. You are experiencing the same platform. For those of you who've traveled out, you've accessed your Facebook the same way. It is exactly the same platform here as it is everywhere else. And I think when we're thinking about the internet, some of the things that we are constantly asking ourselves is how easily accessible are our platforms by everyone? So leaving no one behind. And I'm talking about ensuring that we are making these platforms accessible and inclusive as much as possible to all different people so that you can be able to all experience and benefit from it. So for us, equity and inclusion is critical, but also in doing that, part of the investments we're making is in making sure that we are also building for the future. We've talked about the metaverse. I think it was you who mentioned actually in the opening remarks, where we've moved, traditionally from computers to the web to the mobile phone in how we experience the internet. Now we're talking about having even more immersive technologies like the metaverse. It is not going to be built just by Meta. It will take the collaboration and partnership of many different players in this sector who are already even building for it to see how we ensure that, again, even in that space, we have the best of it and minimize any challenges that come with it. So a lot of these conversations are what we're having, thinking constantly about how are we collaborating, how are we building for ease and access and inclusion for all, how are we making sure that we are doing so while listening and learning from others, but at the same time, how are we continuing to innovate for the future in how we think about our positioning. So I think I'll pause there and we'll be coming back to share more.
Okay, I forgot to mention that try and make your comments concise because of time. Thank you, Sheila.
Great, I'll do that. So what we're doing then as the UK is we've just recently released, and I think you can see this online, our digital strategy, and it's set up by DCMS, the Digital Culture, Media and Sports Department. And that basically strategy tells the world what the UK's policy is, which is we're trying to support a free, open and secure internet. Now, in order to do that, and I think you've touched upon this, and I think Mercy, you've touched upon this as well, is you need a multi-stakeholder approach. And what is a multi-stakeholder approach? A multi-stakeholder approach means everyone and different people. So we really need to get the African voices in these global conversations because context is key. And that's why last year in November, we hosted the Future Tech Forum in London, but inviting lots of African countries. And in fact, our Ministry of ICT, the CS Joe Mashero was there, and honestly, I think made such a splash. A lot of the things that he said really resonated and really opened eyes. So I think hosting these kind of multi-stakeholder conversations and getting that context, local context globally is something that we're very, very keen on doing. And thirdly, I think, again, this was sort of touched upon in the earlier question, is also having this conversation around standards, values, governance. And I think that's something else. How can we together influence what are the standards? Because as we all know, technology changes so fast. Like look at AI, look at, things are moving really, really fast. And we do need to have a set of kind of shared. And of course, we may disagree on a lot of things, but there are a lot of things that we can collaborate on and we can agree on. And I think identifying those and working on those is going to be extremely important. And finally, the Digital Access Program, as many of you are aware, that's been our key program here in Kenya, and actually it's a global program where we've supported over 100 projects, again, on building capacity, including access to inclusive business models, cybersecurity, and working with organizations like KicToNet and yourselves on such forums, which is super important. I'll stop there.
Now that Mercy stole all of our time, I'll sort of keep it very short. There's a couple of things that we're doing, and there's actually quite a lot. I'm not too sure how much to put out there, but starting with the most important ones, the sort of the big items, the infrastructure. Obviously, investing in infrastructure is absolutely key to ensuring that there's ability to access the internet at different levels. We have at this point about 98.7% coverage across the country, starting from 2G, 3G, 4G. 5G is already available commercially in select segments of the market. And so just having that availability, but one of the challenges, and maybe I'm pre-jumping one of your questions, is, how do we ensure that people who are on that lower level at the 2G level can move up? Because it's not even cost effective anymore to sort of run a 2G network, but at the same time, we can't leave our people behind. We have to make sure that they have basic access at some level. And to that, the point that I made earlier, trying to encourage them by offering smartphones at a sort of payment plan perspective so that it's not a big hop for them. But one of the unique things about our country and probably a lot of emerging economies is a lot of the feature phones are hand-me-down phones, so that, I'll give this to my mother, who might give it to her mother, and it sort of keeps going down, and there's a very emotional attachment to those phones. So trying to get that move out of there is quite difficult. The other things that we're doing is, obviously, all our networks and the services that run on our networks are monitored, on a 24/7 basis to ensure that downtime will almost be non-existent, and where that happens, then the same can be brought up as fast as possible. We also have certain services like offering bundles which do not expire. Bundle is really what would allow you to get access to that internet at a very basic level, and the cost of those bundles would come to as low as $1, so that trying to make sure that it's as inclusive as possible. Granted, the economy is not doing too well right now, and there's challenges about the disposable income. Should I use it for food? Should I use it for a bundle to access the internet? There's a lot that we are investing in to try and ensure that Kenya remains an attractive destination for digital skills. And we've seen that as that huge attractiveness from the investors who have continued to invest in this country from a digital perspective. So we're investing in developing digital skills across the country through partnering with different tertiary institutions. This is to ensure that we have a skill set of individuals who will find stable, ready, sustainable employment within a digital setup, which I think is important. So it's not being done for Safaricom, it's being done for the country. And I think that will continue to grow us as a digital destination. Obviously, we continue to partner with the Communications Authority as regards universal service. There's still pockets in our country where communication services are non-existent or they're unserved. And so I think that's fairly obvious. But the other things that we continue to do are partnerships, and Mercy alluded to that. Partnerships with different stakeholders. They include people like UNICEF. It includes different education institutions to provide some basic level of connectivity, basic level of digitization for primary schools, for secondary schools, ensuring that we can provide some level of access. We are also ensuring that we are partnering with underprivileged schools. One of the projects that we've just done recently is to partner with certain schools who are hearing impaired at a basic level, and trying to provide some level of digital tools that will allow them not to be left behind in terms of accessing the internet. So special software tools in the devices that we're providing to them. You've picked up your mic, so I'll stop right there. Well, I suppose the only other thing I was going to add is the partnerships that need to be leveraged, I think have not been exhausted. As much as several of our entities might be in competition, when we go back to look at that very purpose as to why we exist, and you'll find me harping on about purpose, because that's really what we are on about now and going forward, then it'll allow us to look at what can I do with a competing company to ensure that we can provide that resilient, that sustainable internet through products, through services in a way that carries our country forward. That's it. Thank you.
You'll agree with me so far that the panelists are so interesting and you could spend the whole day just listening to them. We want now to ask Mercy to speak. And I want to recognize all our participants. We have over 134 joining us online. We're also tweeting using the hashtag, it's on your table. That's hashtag Kenya IGF 2022. Please tweet some of the key messages that are coming out of this meeting. I think they are very important and very key. I want to say, Kiptines, I think now I know why the chairman of the IEBC is so confident about conducting these, the elections, using online platforms, because you say there's 97% coverage. Maybe you gave him that secret. So it's good, try, in a month, make it, have an increase of 1% so that we don't leave anyone behind. Okay, Mercy Wanjau, please.
Thank you very much. What is the Communications Authority doing to ensure that this trend continues? At the baseline, we agree that the internet has become very integrated in how we do business, how we conduct our affairs, how we engage even with government. So from a regulatory perspective, there are 5 interventions that we have engaged in. The first one being frameworks, because it is important, even as we want to promote the internet as a free space, as a resilient space, we want to drive it for value. So we have been engaged in quite some immense efforts in upgrading the Kenya Information Communications Act, which is the fundamental act for the sector, driving value for cybersecurity, promotion of e-commerce and the like. The Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act, the Data Protection Act, and we are currently actually engaging in another season of legislative reform that ensures that even as we set out the norms and principles, we engage in multi-stakeholder dialogue to ensure that you still leave that space for creative expression in order to give the internet the flavor that it deserves. The second thing is cybersecurity. The internet is only as strong as the weakest link, and the authority does run the KESAT, which is a 24/7 mechanism that ensures the deterrence and detection of threats in order to promote trust and confidence online. The third one, which is quite a big initiative, is the awareness and capacity building across the board. And you find one of our flagship initiatives has been the Child Online Protection, the Be a Cop initiative, which has run for long. I'd also like to let you know that Kenya has recently joined the Global Partnership for Against Online Gender-Based Violence, and it's the first African country to do so. The reason being that we recognize we are heavy users, but everybody who participates on the internet perhaps does not get an equal chance in the case of gender-based violence. And we will be coming along other countries to develop norms and principles on how everybody can get full value online. The fourth one is connectivity, the commitment to universal access, so that everybody is included and nobody is left behind. Our penetration rates and the statistics are quite high. They speak for themselves, and we continue to collaborate with the industry to enable that happen. Of course, the concern about access to devices that enable this to happen remains a running concern. And when I mean access, I'm talking about affordability. And I believe there have been a lot of initiatives that are facilitating this in partnership with the authority. And the last one, of course, is to ensure that the internet is a driver for value. Whether it's for the private sector or government, we have engaged in a lot of partnerships, and we now begin to see great interaction, government to citizen, online in delivery of services and the like. And this will promote sustainability into the future and resilience for each and every citizen to ensure that they're able to interact, engage, drive value, and even achieve prosperity at an entrepreneurship level and even at a national level in terms of economic development.
Thanks so much, Mercy. John, are you there?
Of course, I'm there and I'm listening very carefully. It's really a very exciting panel. And let me just add my little perspective from Germany. One of the main points for us right now is really improving our threat analysis to be sure that we see the full picture of the threats that are coming at us. And how we are doing this is that we've established a national coordination platform that brings together all cybersecurity authorities active in the field to bring their analysis to the table and build a joint threat picture. And this has really been key for us, because before that, we've been seeing a lot of thinking in silos and bringing together all these agencies in one platform, which meets on a weekly basis, but it can also meet on a daily basis, as it has, for example, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, when we've seen heightened tension in German networks. This is something that we find key in really building that threat analysis that we need to fight the cyber incidents that are coming. And when we look at Kenya, we have developed through the Digital Transformation Center of Kenya, we have conducted a cyber incident response exercise together with participants from government, civil society, and the private sector through our implementing partner, GIZ. One other main concern for us as a democracy is fighting disinformation. For example, when we've had our national elections last year, we've seen a very aggressive phishing campaign against German members of parliament coming from an outside country. And what we did then is that we went into the German parliament to build sensitivity among members of parliament to tell them this campaign is coming and disinformation may be spread, so get ready for this. And of course, we've also built sensitivity among our media to let them know that if fake news are hitting them, this is something that they really need to be aware of. If you look at what has happened last week in Europe, where we've seen the fake phone calls of a fake mayor of Kiev talking to some of the mayors of major European capitals, among them also the mayor of Berlin. This really shows us how deep fakes are entering the highest level of political communication. And this is something that we really need to fight back. Another main point for us is international partnerships, as I've mentioned already. And just to mention one very current step we are taking inside the European Union is strengthening the protection of critical infrastructure. And we're doing that through a new regulation that will be binding for all EU countries, and that asks all EU countries to expand dramatically the number of companies and entities that are identified as critical infrastructure. And that places new obligations on them in terms of reporting, and will also help our state authorities assist critical infrastructure whenever they are being hit by cyber incidents. So these are just some of the measures we are taking in Germany. And I'd like to mention one other initiative that we are taking in Kenya for implementation, and that concerns fighting disinformation. And through GIZ, we have developed a set of online trainings which helps users learn how to navigate the online information jungle. And we have come up with a digital inquirer kit that can be downloaded by users to really help them identify fake news and in order to help them handle this. So this is just some of the examples coming from Germany, but I'm happy to engage on more as part of the discussion.
Thank you so much. So at this point, I want to allow only 3 questions, and then we will close the panel. The panelists will respond and give their closing remarks in a tweet. So if you're on this side, we have a microphone on that side. Remember how we do it. You line up if you're interested in asking a question. If you're on that side, there's a microphone. Come right here, and I will only take the first 3. Pardon? Okay, number 1. Oh, I thought you were. Oh, they're already coming. I think there's just one gentleman. I think this panel must have been quite eloquent, quite articulate, that there's only one question. So please go. There where you are. The microphone is there.
I have just one question. My name is Dr. Festus from Kenyatta University, although I'm from the literature department. We know that the world is shrinking. It's becoming a global village. And that the internet is spreading so fast that there's no one who can stop it. Very many parents are actually disillusioned because of cyber hygiene. When you talk about connecting internet in our schools, are you accessing the impact? For example, our children are threatened because of when they access the internet, the only thing that they see is actually pornography. The moment when we'll have a platform that will try to clean our internet systems is when we shall actually have faith in all these international platforms that are actually coming up. But we are confident that what is being discussed here is of great importance. So we really need, because it is actually impacting negatively on our informal African enterprise. That's my question, and I really want to know if there is an international platform that brings multi-agencies that can actually kind of mitigate that problem in our society. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm not so sure who wants to respond to that, but I will suggest that probably you pass on the microphone to Kiptines if closing remarks. And
Yes,
if you need.
Just one more question.
Okay.
A quick
And
one.
please ask a question. Just a simple question.
Yes, yes. Okay, sorry, this is a quick one. From our colleague who has just talked from Germany, internet has become a great threat to democracy. In a way that we remember about the Cambridge Analytics and about the Russia trying to influence the American election. In a country like Kenya, that is a third world country, and where we have a lot of masses who are ignorant, how are we trying to use the internet to try to convince most of the masses that information they get is mostly going to be actually update information and not false information? Thank you.
Okay, I think that one is directed to John Riles from joining from Berlin. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound rude, but sometimes when we tell people to ask questions, they make a presentation. They use that time to make a presentation even when they were not asked to speak. So just making it, tweets. So we'll ask from Kiptines, we'll come this way and finish with John Riles. Quickly, in last 2 years, that was when it was how many characters? Less characters, half.
Gigi, you have to allow me to decline that invitation to limit myself, simply because Mercy stole my time earlier, but also because there's just three things I need to clarify before I give my closing remarks. Number one, the reference you made to the elections, I just need to make that clear because it's a very contentious issue and how it's reported is very crucial. The 2G, the 3G, and the 4G coverage that we have in the country is at 98%, but the elections are going to be using 3G and 4G. And I think those figures have been put out there by the Director General and the IEBC. And I think there's a plan to have the balance that's not available covered by satellite. And that's really all I want to say about it. It's not that we are at 98% and therefore, that's what's available for the elections. 2G does not work that way. That's number one. The question with regard to child pornography, this is what I'll say. It starts with you as a parent before we start blaming platforms. As a parent, you must be deliberate and conscious about limiting and being aware of the kind of access that your child has. Certainly for my children and the devices they have access to at limited times, there are certain protective measures I have employed to make sure that they will not access those sites. And gradually, as they get into age, I suppose, they will push the boundaries. But it starts with the parent. But there are also a lot of measures through different platforms you can access that will give you certain parental control. So I think it's the providers are doing their best to ensure that they give you the tools so that you make the decision. Because then they can't ban everything. That's not how it works. And I think I should say no more about that. In terms of my closing remarks, the importance of the internet cannot be gainsaid. And as a business, we will continue to partner, not just in fora like this, to put the word out there about what we're doing to try and support the internet, but also to ensure that the country, our people understand why we exist as a business, which is to make sure that we can connect them. We can do it in a way that allows them to have access without being left behind. And this is has to be acutely aware about the different communities that we have, since not everybody can access the internet in the same way. It's important that partnerships are leveraged on. We are all about partnering with as many institutions, individuals as possible to ensure that our provision of a robust, a resilient internet continues to grow. It's important as well to have policy support. I think that's something that perhaps ought to have been mentioned. Unfortunately, we've seen just the other day that there's a new levy on SIM cards. So if that price is going to be passed on to the customer, so it means there's already an additional barrier. If then devices are also going to see an additional charge, which was included in the recent Finance Act now, then that increases the cost of access. So in a sense, what I'm saying is the kind of support that is necessary at a policy level is so crucial to supporting the players in the industry, ensure that the internet provision, the accessibility, the affordability is conscious towards where we are as a nation. Thank you.
Great. So I think you answered the question quite well. I'm just going to put a little bit on the disinformation one. So the FCDO is also doing a lot around misinformation, and we've just been chatting to GIZ, and it'll be great to connect on this. But we're working with a program called the Fumbua Collective, which is a collective of around 23 players. So that includes tech labs, media houses, etc. Exactly on this disinformation, trying to, and soon hopefully you'll see these video trainers, which I hope go viral on your Meta platforms. On basically how to identify fakes and like a campaign red, yellow, green. Don't share anything. I think the onus, back to what you said, and I think a really good point, the onus is on us. Yes, we talk about disinformation, but who spreads it? Who forwards WhatsApps without double checking? Who likes things? Who sees a headline and doesn't bother to investigate? That's us. So I think, yes, we have, there's a lot that's happening and there's a lot more that needs to be done, but we must take responsibility for our own actions. You want to stop misinformation? Stop sharing, stop liking, verify it yourself. So I think that would be my one message. And the closing remarks I would then say is just in line with the digital access program. What do we want to see? More people online. We want to end this digital divide. We want to get as many people online as possible. Number two, we want to be safe, whether it's our children, whether it's our adults, whether it's our businesses. We want people to be safe online. And that's the whole cyber aspect and data protection. And finally, I think what I'd like to say is internet doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? So we can have like e-commerce, we can have all of these things, but if there's no roads to get my product to somebody in Marsabit, then it doesn't exist in a vacuum. We also need to not forget about our physical infrastructure. I mean, I hope there'll be drones carrying things, but at this rate, I think let's try and get some, let's just try and get some good road infrastructure. Same thing with internet. I mean, same thing with electricity. We can all talk about having awesome devices, but if you don't have electricity and you can't charge your phones, I mean, what is the point? We can't forget about it. Same thing with data, right? Like all these things are happening over data, but we need to get those open data systems. Like we talk about data protection, but we need open data as well so that we can actually make good decisions. And I think finally, last thing I'd like to say is what I would love to see the internet to do is, it's not going to work unless we have talent, right? Like these are soft aspects. You can have amazing internet connectivity, but if people don't know how to use it and know how to take advantage of it, then again, you're sort of missing something. And in so doing, hopefully we can have these open markets within the digital world and physically.
Thank you, Sheena.
Thank you so much again for the opportunity to give my closing remarks. Before I do that, I think I want to respond specifically to the gentleman, Dr. Festus, who spoke about the children's safety online. And I think, Kiptines and Sheena have mentioned this, but I think there's a huge part for our own self-awareness around the tools that we use and that we give access to children, including ourselves. Sheena just mentioned the question about how are we sharing content that we haven't also done a bit of verification around. And I know that sometimes it will not be easy to be able to tell, for example, John spoke about deepfakes, things like that require you to have a very techy or sophisticated eye or awareness around technology. But there is, I think, the need to just educate ourselves. I see the challenge constantly of parents, for instance, allowing children to use their devices, having access to, let me say, adult profiled accounts. So for example, you have children who are not under 18 when they're creating their accounts, and therefore even the platforms themselves can't help them, because even though they may have put up safeguards for children, for example, for Meta, Facebook doesn't allow a minor, someone who's between the age of 13 and 18, to be befriended by anyone. You can't just get someone sending you a friend request, as an example. But then those, let me say, interventions can only work if you've actually provided your genuine age as you're creating your account. A lot of parents are allowing, the children themselves are doing this, creating accounts that haven't disclosed such information. And so the safeguards that may have been put in place by platforms then become hard to enforce, because this child is then seen appearing online as an adult. So basically saying, educate yourselves, try to share information you have yourselves, given that you're in this space, to educate others. We have a rapid onboarding of new users on the internet, because as you heard from the director, Kemei from CA earlier, the government is investing rapidly, and so is Safaricom and other players, the other internet service providers, in ensuring there's more people online. But all of those people who are coming in and are coming to experience the same challenges that have low awareness, how are you helping to pull others and inform them around how to stay safe online and so on? So I think there's a huge point again there around how do we educate others, how do we create our own, how do we upskill ourselves in being able to use these platforms well? And we'll get there. I think we have a lot of organizations that are doing a lot of work around that. But my closing remarks are around just basically saying that I think it's really critical that we think about these kinds of forums. How do we ensure that we are building the right governance structures around the internet? Matthew Wanjao of the CA spoke about, for example, having regulatory frameworks in place. They're really important, and I think they really help actually to give people guidance around what is allowable, not allowable, what responsibilities lie there, who has what role, etc. What is important though is to make sure that those are also aligning with global standards. Are we global enough? Are we making sure that we are not closing ourselves out from being able to interact and connect globally with others? So I think that would be my first thing. The second thing is to mention the issue of awareness. I think it's important that we all educate ourselves, but also continue to do that kind of outreach to educate others around how to be safe online, how to use these platforms to empower themselves and do more online. And lastly, how do we make sure that we are continuing to invest in the internet? I spoke about the metaverse as an example. Meta has been very clear about wanting to continue creating these immersive experiences in the future. There are many others who are doing the same. Others who are in the internet space. You heard Kiptines also speaking about the question of extending infrastructure. All of these things are really important. So continuing to invest in those is very critical. But last and not least, I'll mention this because it's really important. Safety and security is really key. You've seen the misinformation and disinformation campaign from Kiptines about me and stealing time. How do we make sure that while we're amplifying voice, we are allowing for others to be able to also counter stories that are false? What are you doing to be the ally to call out information, misinformation, things that you already are aware are not true, to educate others around you? What are you doing to stop sharing things like that and so on? So I think the point being, allow for people to be able to express themselves, but also how do you make sure that you're promoting people's safety in how you behave yourself online? Yeah.
It's okay, Mercy, you start with lastly, finally. And lastly, we are going to have Mercy and finally, John.
Okay.
Please tweet your closing remarks.
Indeed, Judy, I'll try. In closing, we note that the ICTs are now recognized as critical infrastructure. So these have really gone to the nerve center of how we conduct business. And one of the biggest contributions that the regulator can give in this space is to ensure a safe and trusted internet. So cybersecurity really comes high, educating users on cyber hygiene, cyber norms, because 95% of the cyber issues that arise occur due to human error and poor security. So we are our own best defense in this kind of space. When we move towards connectivity details, the commitment and the urgency to universal service remains, because unlike before, it is clear that if you do not have accessibility to the internet, you're actually excluded, not just from Kenya, you're excluded from the whole world. You're excluded from opportunity and you're excluded from value. So this remains a commitment as we continue with the legislative reform of the frameworks. And in terms of monitoring and evaluation, the beauty is that there is space for different voices to give in their views, and the frameworks we get are perhaps only as good as the different perspectives we get. So in closing, I would say let us collaborate to drive value for the internet, to ensure that it is safe, that it drives profit for private sector as well as government, and that what it generates in terms of data is increasingly utilized for decision making as we go forward. Thank you very much.
John?
Thank you. Just in responding to the important question that was raised by the gentleman in the room on fighting fake news, I would say the best answer is really to build sensitivity in a broad alliance of state actors, civil society, and the media, explaining the people how to distinguish between fake and correct news. And this really starts at school. It's a question of digital literacy, but it needs to be done at all levels. I'd also suggest that you connect to my colleague from GIZ, who's in the room with you, to Salome, and she can tell you more about the Digital Inquirer Kit that was developed in Kenya to help Kenyan citizens distinguish fake news from correct news. And then when it comes to my little closing wisdom, there's been a lot of talk here today about spreading access, about spreading connectivity. And I'd just like to say that if you spread digital access without putting adequate cybersecurity in place, without building adequate awareness, you're putting the data and the security of your people at risk. And so my one closing question, or my one closing sentence is, when you think of connectivity, think of cybersecurity from the very start. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thanks, John, and thanks for joining us all the way from Berlin. You will agree with me, this is one interesting panel. Maybe in the next meeting, we'll just give them half a day to, even if for nothing, just to listen to their nice voices, but they have spoken so well. So, you know, they have emphasized on the need for multi-stakeholderism and leveraging of partnerships. They've spoken to the issue of the need for policy support. There's also need for, you know, it was not very overt, but Mr. Kemei, I think that satellite issue and connectivity might require attention from your house, the USF. We might need for it to support those areas that are not connected. Then I will also want to invite all of you to read our report on disinformation pathways that we launched yesterday with CIPESA. It spoke to some of the issues, very interesting because, you know, this is a survey that was done, you know, and collected views from the ground. And finally, please thank us. This panel has met the two third gender constitutional requirements. And just let's just applaud our speakers for the very good information, fresh data, fresh information. Thank you very much, Kiptines. Thanks, Ashina. Thanks, Masindegwa. Thanks, Masiwanjao, and thanks, John, for your very informative contributions to this session. So we are going to take a picture before you exit. And yeah, and then we are going to ask Victor to direct us to the next section. Oh yeah, but they've already. All right.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Grace, Mr. Kiptonis, Masidenga, John Rails, Masi Wanjao, and Sheena. Next panel that is coming up is going to be on governing data and protecting privacy. And for this, we have different distinguished speakers. I'd like to invite Mr. Wolfbengo John, who's going to be the moderator of the session, to come to the stage. Also present is our very own, the very first data commissioner, Karibu stage. We have Sharon Hawley from Safaricom, haki yetu, Mr. Irungu Houghton, Karibu, and .ke, the one and only John Karubi, please come to the stage. Joel? Can sit, can sit down. Yeah. All right. Let's welcome them with a round of applause.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Wolfbengo. Unfortunately, we've lost 30 minutes, so I don't know, we'll try and catch up. Today we're very lucky to have a high-level panel here that includes, the Data Commissioner, Madam Kasait. We have also Irungu Houghton on her left, who is the Executive Director for Amnesty International. Next to Madam Kasait is Joel Karugui, CEO Kenneth. And last but not least, from Safaricom, Head of Customer Privacy, Sharon Hawley. I had planned that they do 5-7-minute presentations, each of them, just to tell us about the organizations, what they do, and how they're experiencing the privacy journey. And thereafter, then I will shoot questions to them. and then open up the floor. But because we've run out of time, we'll still do the same thing, but they won't do a presentation. They will read their notes. I'm sorry about that. They'll just they'll read a summary of the organizations, what they're doing along the privacy journey. And then from there, we'll pick up from their presentation. And I want to start with the data commissioner according to the program, basically. Then we'll go to Sharon, and then Irungu, and then conclude with Joel. Over to you, Madam Kasai. Yeah, that should do.
Thank you, Alu. You've taken away the fun of us presenting. And anyway,
apologies.
No, it's okay. We will make the best we can. I really want to take this opportunity to appreciate KICTANET for this annual event. It's an opportunity for you to bring together players in the industry and to have a conversation around technology. It's something we really do applaud. I'll try to, as much as possible, to summarize what you can. Just listening into the earlier panel, of course, if we were to contextualize data protection, of key importance is the framework under which data protection is based as a country. And one, of course, is apart from Vision 2030, if we are looking at policy framework, is the National ICT Policy, the Kenya Digital Economic Blueprint for Africa. And the Kenya Economic Blueprint for Africa is important because if you listen to the conversation around the room is how then do we expand in terms of trade? And that becomes an important conversation for the country. The other one, of course, is the draft digital economic strategy for Kenya, the Data Protection Act, and the Kenya National Digital Plan Master Plan, which was launched by ICTA recently. Having talked about that framework, if you listen to everyone around the room, the concern is how safe are we online? What does it mean for us? From a data protection perspective, I think one of the fundamental things we always have to remember is Article 31 of the Constitution, which really talks about the privacy of an individual. Everyone has a right to privacy for the information not to be exposed unnecessarily. It's that article that makes issues around data protection central to how we do business. So when we are accessing the internet, whether we are expanding, whatever the case in terms of access, we have to always remember the right of the individual are what the data protection is out there to protect. The centrality of an individual, that they are no longer just commodities, they are people, and they are people who have a face. So as we design our programs, we have to think about how then to protect them. Of course, it's based on that, then we have the Data Protection Act. I need not go into the mandate of the office. You'll have an opportunity to look through our website. Coming to what Walu said, not so new office. 1 year, six months, going to 8 months now. What is it that we are doing in this journey of data protection? Of course, one issue, key achievement is having the data protection regulations. 3 sets of regulations, the one on general regulation, the second one on registration of data controllers and processor, and also complaints handling. We also now have our strategic plan, which basically gives us a pathway in terms of where we want to. And in that case, we have 3 pillars. One is awareness, something that has been spoken about here, and something that is a continuous process. The second one is institutional strengthening, that looks around making sure we have the correct set of tools so that they're able to implement the work. And of course, the third one is the regulatory framework. The other one, of course, as an institution, we were able to also launch a training curriculum. With the help of GIZ, one thing we have done is to review that framework, which we launched earlier in the year. And the reason is we are seeing continuous need and requests coming to the office. And, you know, given the expansion of data protection, we have to ask who else can assist in terms of making sure that training is conducted. In the coming days, this is one of the areas that we will be relooking at and seeing how then we enhance so that we increase awareness and have more institution training on behalf of the data commissioner. The other one, of course, we have been able to issue guidance notes. One of the guidance notes is on consent. The other one is for electoral purpose, basically informing political parties and electoral commission how they are supposed to conduct their business in as far as data protection is concerned. In the coming days, we'll be able to share a guidance note on the registration process. The framework on complaints handling. We also, of course, had the necessary approval for staff. We're in the process of populating our staff establishment. By this year, we should be able to have 39 and an additional 50. Important because as an office, the only way we can be effective in terms of making sure our work is done is having the necessary skills. Of course, the other one is we have an alternative dispute resolution framework that we invited stakeholders to come and give us feedback. And the reason is we increasingly see people seeking legal redress. And for us, we thought instead of having everyone rushing to court, it's important to have an alternative dispute resolution framework. And of course, in the coming days, we'll be moving to our premises, which is Britam Towers on the 12th and 13th floor. We'll have a home. We thank CA for hosting us for a while so that everyone now can know where to access the Office of the Data Commissioner. I don't need to go into the principles or the right of the data subject. I'll skip that. I would like to just focus a little bit on a topical issue where we've had inquiries, which is on the registration. One of the key issues we are focusing on this month, all the way to 14th of July, is the registration process. Some of our partners, including Amnesty here and GIZ, are supporting us towards that process. Beginning 14th of July, all data controllers and data processors are expected to actually register with the Office of the Data Commissioner. It's a compliance issue. It's provided for under the Data Protection Act. What does this mean? It means that if you're a data controller or a data processor with an annual turnover of 5 million and at least 10 employees, you'll be required to register. This takes effect from 14th of July. It's important to say it takes effect. It is from 14th of July is not a deadline. It's the commencement date. But having said that, I know people would say, then I don't have to comply. We'll come back to what are the likely implications of non-compliance in as far as that is concerned. So, however, even if you don't fall within that category and another four which are provided for, if you fall within the following, you are required to register anyway. If you canvass for political support, if you're in gambling, if you are in crime prevention, for instance, if you're operating CCTV systems, if you're operating an educational institution, if you're in the area of health, if you're in hospitality industry, if you're in property management, if you're providing financial services, telecommunication, direct marketing, transport, and transport services, and businesses that have to do with genetic data. What is the procedure? The procedure as an office, since we had the opportunity to start an institution at a place where everyone is talking about being online, we are making this process easier. We registering to step one, of course, it's using a link on our website, and then we apply for registration. You make a payment for the fee that is required. We verify your information. We issue you a certificate, and then you renew after 24 months. There has been a concern, of course, many people say another compliance issue. If you listen to the conversation here and everyone's concerned, if we are not making the internet hygiene for all of us, then it becomes a problem. Data protection and even cybersecurity is just one way of making sure hygiene. As you plan for your processes, you think through what it will mean from conception to the end.
1 minute, please. I know it can get very engrossing.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Alu. I think that's why they made you the facilitator, to keep us on check. And finally, in terms of what are the consequences of non-compliance, one, of course, there's an issue about enforcement notice. There's also an issue of penalty notice, and also a brand reputation. Let's just agree that if we all think that Africa is for us to make sure we're expanding businesses, it also means that we make sure our businesses are complying with other international best practices. It may look an easy thing to burst through, but if you had a data breach, it could easily affect the reputation of organization. Thank you, Alu.
Okay, thank you, Immaculate, for those very detailed opening remarks. And I want to bring in Safaricom. You know, Sharon is the head of customer privacy, and we want to hear from her point of view. Some of the biggest data controllers, as it were, that will keep Immaculate busy include the telcos. So it will be good to hear from them what exactly are they doing in regard to this privacy journey. Sharon.
Thank you very much, Walu. I think even as you heard us, Steve spoke about in the earlier session, at Safaricom, we're all very mission-led. We're focused on our strategy, and everything that we do is notoriously customer obsessed. It's focused on what do we need to do to get there. And one of the big building blocks that we have to maintain that unity across our operations is we start with our overall mission to be a purpose-led technology company by the end of 2025. And we take that mission and break it down to every single part of the organization. So, for example, my role in privacy is to embed tailored and timely data privacy capabilities across our company in order to ensure safety and security of our customer and business ecosystems. So everything, we believe that everything that every part of the business does builds into this overall goal. So as they say, vitu kwa ground ni different. So you have the policy is great, and it gives us a guiding principle, but then you have to make that come alive. One of the first things that we did was to borrow from the Data Protection Act, look at global best practice, and make sure that we have the right policies in place to guide everything that we do. We communicate those policies to you in our privacy statement, and you can see that on any of our digital ecosystems, whether you are a customer looking at our website or using our apps, whether you're applying for a job on our career portal, whether you're a supplier doing business with us, whether you're an investor looking at our investor pages. We do have privacy statements available that talk you through your rights and our responsibilities to you. One of the things that the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner has been quite vocal about as well is making sure that we do data protection impact assessments. And back in 2019, when we had the draft legislation, we actually had a third party come in and help us look through all our operations, because we must remember, when you're processing personal data, you process it at very many different levels, you collect it at different levels, you store it at different levels. And it's so very, very important. I would urge all my fellow controllers and processors to have a look at your business end to end, look at it with fresh eyes, and make sure that you're actually doing this. And for us, for every new product, every new system, we make sure we also do the data protection impact assessments. We've talked a lot about security and safety. Cybersecurity is a big part of what contributes to privacy. Having the right automated controls in place, the 24/7 monitoring, making sure that we have the right encryption, the firewalls, the access controls, data leakage prevention tools is a big part of any business, making sure that they have the right data protection. Incidents will happen. Incidents will happen to all of us at any given point in time. The important thing is, how well have you prepared to deal with an incident? Are your preventative measures good? Are your detective measures good? Are you able to escalate and focus on investigating and reporting as quickly as possible? And that's one thing that, nobody likes to deliver bad news, but it's better that when something has gone wrong, let the right people know and make sure that you contain the situation as quickly as possible. And I think the last thing that I talk about is independent assurance. When you build your home, you think it's the best home that you've ever lived in. But you need to have somebody come and have a look at it at a regular basis, whether it's your internal audit, where you have external party do independent assurance, because that really does help. All of this, we've talked about awareness, all of us. We all need to get onto the same level of understanding in privacy and protection. And at Safaricom, we invest considerable resources in talking with all of our partners, whether they are our FSI partners, our content service providers, dealers, agents, suppliers, so that we can all have a common understanding of our customers' privacy and what is required of us to protect it. I hope that gives a good outline.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sharon. Safaricom, I'm sure when we open the floor for questions, is likely to get most of the privacy questions. Things to do with Tuma kwa hii number. How did they get my number? Okay, let's how to invite Irungu. Irungu is from Amnesty International. Most of us forget that privacy is a human right. So let's hear from Irungu and what he has to share from that perspective.
Thank you very much, John, and thanks very much to KicToNet for the leadership that they provide for all the sectors that are interested in data governance and digital citizenship and everything in between. I looked at this panel behind us and I was a bit sad to see that there was no Amnesty logo. So I open invitation to KicToNet to help us, to request us to help you next year. Let me skip the party political broadcast. We have a website, amnestykenya.org. We are a membership organization. We now have 2,000 members across the country, 20,000 supporters. I hope a few of my members are here. If you are not, membership is extremely painless and quick and does involve a money app. But it's one that you all, I presume, have on your phones. Let me turn a little bit, make a couple of preliminary remarks, and then just kind of paint a little bit of what I think the digital frontier could be and what we really need to focus on. So the first obvious point really is that, you know, this digital moment that we're in, we are not going to be the beneficiaries of this, even if we see some incremental change in the way that we're able to protect ourselves, in the way we're able to harness the data, in the way that we're able to hold governments accountable to evidence-based policymaking. We are really just forebearers in a long process, and we really need to see the opportunity that we have as citizens and as state officers, and to take that responsibility forward a notch. It is a wonderful moment for a personal legacy, for a generational definition, or a generation to define a landscape that is just impactful, not just within our borders, but across the world. I mean, this is the thing about the digital age, is that what we do in Kenya has an impact on, you know, 180 countries simultaneously, potentially. So that's the first thing. Obviously, the landscape is very interesting at this time. I mean, 25% of us have apps on our phones, and most of us have the same 5 apps, and therefore there's a convergence there that is extremely interesting. In the last couple of years under COVID-19, we've seen between the ages of 18 and 34 a 11% increase in the uptake of the use of digital apps and the internet, right? And this is a very young generation that we're looking at. 81% of us have devices that are connected to banking, to our bank accounts, to money-related, devices or services. And as we know it, it is now a 150 trillion e-economy. And just to make the point that it is dominated by men, right? So men are 3 times more in control of this e-commerce industry than women. And I think there is a concern there for all of us, not just for women. So our journey. Amnesty International has been working on digital rights and the right to privacy, but in Kenya, we really woke up to this in 2019, and there were kind of like a series of things that woke us up. The first was, I guess what we would call colloquially, a series of big data grabs by the state. There was the Huduma Number project, there was the census, and combined, we saw the state attempt to grab probably about 80 to 90 points of data on every citizen, in the absence of a Data Protection Act, right? This is the most important thing. Now, the second thing that we noticed was that there was a proliferation of interest in mass surveillance technology. In particular, the CCTV policy that was generated and discussed, and for many of us, let me just check a minute. How many of you actually submitted any view, thought, complaint, consideration on the CCTV Act of 2019? It was not an act, sorry, a policy. Please raise your hand. Okay, raise them like you can be seen by a CCTV camera. Okay, just look around, folks, right? These 5 people have really been critical in terms of generating a debate about what does it mean to be videoed simultaneously in real time as you move from room to room, road to road, city to city, right? So we looked at this. We got very interested in the Data Protection Act, and it's just a pleasure to have a data protection commissioner in place, to have an office, to have a strategy and an increasing profile within the public of its importance and what we need to do to keep the data protection legislation in place and vibrant for all of us. For Amnesty, we see the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner very much like we see the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, or the National Police Service, or the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, or the Commission of the Hour, the Electoral Commission at this moment, or the Witness Protection Agency, right? So I hope you get a sense that we have now moved very clearly from, I guess, what you would call physical rights, or the rights that are contained within the Chapter 4, to really thinking about digital rights as an organization. A couple of other things that I wanted to mention before I stop. The first is that in the area of data protection and digital citizenship, an opinion poll that we did with the Open Institute last year demonstrated that 67% of the population were unaware that there was an office of the Data Protection Commissioner. 31% of the population were increasingly worried about their lives being completely exposed on the internet, right? We also did a comparative regimes study, which looked at several jurisdictions, and we reaffirmed that we have a fairly robust legal framework in terms of the institution of the Data Protection Commissioner, but we need to make sure that the office remains independent, it remains funded, and it remains aggressive in terms of engaging with those that would come to essentially violate our data rights and our privacy, but also to be assertive in terms of raising awareness, right? So these are the kind of expectations that we say, and we have a great relationship with Immaculate and the team, but we are also very clear with them, is that they must not fail Kenyans in this time of need.
Irungu, 1 minute, I
Good.
got a warning.
There are a couple of challenges, and I'm going to run through them very quickly. The first is that we are still very fragmented in our different silos. There is the open data community, there is the digital rights community, and a number of organizations, including Article 19, who are doing great work in this area. And there are those of you who are building the digital infrastructure, like Safaricom and others. We don't have enough time and enough opportunities to engage each other and really be robust with each other, but at the same time be synergistic and collaborative. That's the first point. The second challenge, I think, and there's a session on this coming up fairly soon, which is on disinformation. The platforms, TikTok, Meta, the Meta siblings, the Twitter platform. What do you mean? You've never heard of that phrase, Meta siblings? Okay, that's
Okay, Irungu, please.
I'm coming to the end. We know from 3 very important studies in the last 1 year that there is complete underinvestment in content moderation. The algorithms remain opaque and unaccountable, and there is predatory advertising that is built around the idea of toxicity and incitement. We need to look at the impact of post-COVID-19, particularly on children, and the fact that so many children went online. We need to challenge, I think, the digital landscape to do more in terms of corruption. We're leaning into a distressed economy, a defaulting government, and I think we need to think about what is the role of this sector, what is the role of this technology in terms of avoiding the 5 catastrophes that we saw under the Jubilee administration, worth 143 billion. I'm going to stop there. I have a bit more information if you're interested.
Thank you. Sorry, Irungu, I have to cut you short. As you can see, my panelists are very passionate about these things. Unfortunately, time does not allow. Last but not least, Joel, CEO Kenik, please keep it brief.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll try my best. As it was mentioned in the other panel, maybe we might say others spent more time, but good morning, everyone. Joel Karobio from Kenik. We are the administrators of the .ke domain. And at this point, I hope all of you have a .ke domain. Is that the case in this room? Because I've been informed by the organizers that if you don't have a .ke domain, you don't get a lunch voucher. So if you don't have a .ke domain, please see my table at the back. Make sure that you have a .ke, otherwise lunch and the cocktails, you're not in the list. Why are we here? It's because of data, and that's the conversation we're having. I'll be very brief, Alu. And for us, the key thing that we look at is when you're registering a domain, what information do you give, right? Which is handled under something we call WHOIS. And in the WHOIS, we ask your name, your telephone number, maybe your email. Now we find that with our WHOIS today, the information we have is, we call it bad data. Out of the probably 100,000 domains that we have, about 25 to 30% of that data is not accurate data, which is a challenge for us, because then when it becomes a point of maybe we have a dispute, or we're looking for someone, or we need some information from you, we can't find you. So as you're going ahead in terms of registering a domain, what information do you give? What information do you allow us to have? And we've taken measures thereafter that once you give us that information, we redact that information. So it's not available to the general public. Only some information is available. And that is one of the measures we've taken. But from the registry perspective, we need to know you, but we're not going to give you information to everyone else, right? So that's one of the things we've done. Then we've gone in and done an information sharing policy. For Kenik, we have a lot of collaboration with the law enforcement. And I don't know if Virongo was, I saw Immaculate laughing, as she's been put in the law enforcement category. We have a lot of collaboration with the law enforcement officials, because there's so much fraud happening in the country today. On the website, on our mobile devices, there's so much happening. They come to us and ask. Someone has said, someone has impersonated me, I need to find them. I look into my registry, all I find is X's, XXXX. The number is, I don't know from where. We can't help. But then you as a citizen are asking us for more help, because you're asking the law enforcement officers to try and help you either regain your money or stop someone from impersonating you or cybersecurity. So again, that becomes important for us in terms of the data that is being provided. And I know Immaculate will comment about what data should be collected by who, yes, and what you're using that data for. So as Kenik, that is key for us, because then one, we're asking for your data. We are telling you now and guaranteeing you that we safeguard your data. We just don't give out your data because someone has come and asked for that data. There are processes we have, and that's why we have a policy in place. But then what do we do thereafter? The other one which is relevant for us, and I know this is key because we are going into a month of it.
It's the last one.
Yeah, is about election preparedness in terms of what Kenik is doing from an election preparedness. In the last couple of months, we've been getting people registering domains and saying, I am a politician or I am a candidate. And they are now passing off as the legit candidate. And when you go to that website, the guy is saying, I'm giving this pledge or come and collect money from wherever. And these are being used online. Now, as Kenik, we've taken that to the next level where now we are asking, who are you? How are you doing that? I've had some conversations with IBC on the same, whereby if they can even provide us the last list of candidates, so that we know this is the person who is actually running.
So cybersecurity.
Cybersecurity is big at this moment in time. The pledge has been put online. You're seeing them every single day. There was a conversation about misinformation, disinformation this morning. People are advertising saying I'm doing XYZ, but that's not the case. One other thing we've taken up on election preparedness, if we have asked for specific names that we can reserve that cannot be registered. If you see the Commission on Cohesion talked about our Pangwingwi and such like hate names, we've also locked that in the registry. That you cannot actually come and register some of those names, which is just to safeguard our environment as we go into this turbulent time. So those are just a few of the things we're doing. And if allowed, then we'll come back to what the challenges are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joel, for being trying your best to be brief. You heard from the panelists. Victor already gave me a warning about time, so I will not ask my questions. Instead, I will open it to the floor and just get 3 burning questions. Your hand up, if you're selected, you give us your name, affiliation, or organization, and if possible, which panelist do you think should deal with your question? I can see Ben Roberts. This one went up also. This one is second. That one is third. Let's start with those. Ben, go for it.
Yeah, so good question. I came across a young person the other day, a young innovator who had set up some kind of service, and which had been getting data from a much larger partner. I can't say who they were, but it's data that that partner shouldn't have been given to him. But he seemed unaware that because he thought he had an MOU with them, he thought it was all fine.
Yeah.
What is the liability when in this sort of case? You know, who should be how does everybody in a value chain become diligent in what is they're doing? Somebody has been given data by a large organization who's breaching personal rights, but they seem unaware that that they
the sharing was
the
not
sharing
proper.
was done illegally. It's
Yeah.
improper sharing.
Okay, that's a good one. You want Immaculate to deal with that? anyone? Okay, let's just cue them. Next.
Hi, my name is Ruben. I work with Apprentice Cloud. It's a tech company, it's a tech startup. I have a question with regards to data protection, particularly organization. Okay, let me try to hurry it up. Particularly with small organizations that take up data, for example, information regarding an event, and you need to record data such as their names, their email addresses, their contacts. And in as much as you're not going to use that data for any particular manner, you're not going to sell it. What is the what's the word? Yeah, what's the regulation with regard to such data? Thank you.
Okay, then the third one was somebody there. This side, okay. I think I've selected that lady. Yeah. Oh, the online questions. Oh my goodness, we're in trouble here. Only one. Eh? Okay, go for it.
Thank you. My name is Athena Morgan from the International Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And my question is to KENIC. And there have been rising cases of domain name system abuse, especially when it comes to online abuse and exploitation of children. So what are the best practices that KENIC has been implementing to ensure that these people who are registering the new domain names do not use it to abuse children online? Thank you.
Okay, I think let's take on the online one and then we hear from the panelists. Just read it. Ah, the elder has grabbed the mic. Fine, Kate.
I did not grab the mic.
Okay, shoot.
It was
shoot.
handed to me.
Illegally. Okay, go for it.
Yes, those are the privileges of being an elder.
Go for it, Kate.
Okay, so my name is Catherine Getao. I'm an ICT elder, as he has explained. So I have a quick question.
Yeah.
I recently got a telephone call from one of the survey companies, and I agreed to take part in the survey. But during the course of the questions, I sent a complaint to the data commissioner, not during the course. I realized they had a lot of the 80 data points that Irungo referred to about me. They knew my age, they knew my gender, they knew where I lived, and a few other things. At that point, I became disturbed. And I actually tried to question the person about how do you know all this? Because I thought you were calling me blind, and that's why I agreed to take part in the survey.
Yeah.
They terminated the call, after which I emailed the office of the Data Protection Commissioner.
Yeah.
So I have a question. Where did they get
Your
my
data? Yeah. Similar. Yeah. So online, and we've really run out of time.
Okay, so we have one question online from Twahir Hussein Kasim joining from Kilifi. He is saying, Madam Kasait, in reference to Article 31 of the Kenyan Constitution 2010, we have of late seen in the media efforts by KRA to put up surveillance systems on taxpayers. Is this not a contravention of the Constitution? So that's the question, Aldo.
Okay, thank you. Twahir online from Kilifi. So, panelists, we have questions from Ben, Ruben, Morgan, Kate, and Twahir. The first one from Ben, which I could combine with Kate. Third parties harvest people's data and then start using that data sort of without consent. I mean, you don't know how you got on the database in the first place. So maybe comments from the data Irungu wants to go first, no problem.
I'll do the more political thing and then she'll narrate it. So I think we're moving to a state where possession of stolen goods and the history of that is now moving to this sector as well. And whether it will be a misdemeanor or whether it will be a serious crime, I guess depends on what's the nature of the data breach. But I think we have to treat it now as a as a criminal activity, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. I think the second issue that relates to Catherine's point really is that where you have big data breaches, that is an even more serious crime. And just with a light touch, sitting here, and of course today is the end day for your taxes, tax returns going, just for anybody who has not done it yet. The idea that KRA would probably be able to ping your phone and say, I can see you sitting in a KictNet event and you haven't sent your tax returns. Could you please do that now? Is a little bit scary, but it is increasingly becoming more possible with the lack of regulation. I think where I would go with this is two things. One is that we need to see data protection impact assessments as the next frontier, where we must get civic capacities to be able to do this effectively and to hold people accountable. The second one really relates to data processors and data controllers. If we do not take this mechanism seriously, then we are going to face many, many more cases like this. And I think just to make it very clear, if your budget is, I think, above 5 million shillings, this is a requirement. Now, it's almost the entirety of organized business, the entirety of organized associational life, nurses unions, doctors unions, lawyer societies, and membership organizations like Amnesty. And we haven't even got to those public agencies that collect data in order to give us services. Okay, Immaculate.
I want to acknowledge that some of the concerns raised here are some of the ones under investigation. And I also want to say that like many other institutions, it's a point, some of this data you have to trend with care, given the time of the country we are in. Post that, then we can deal with specifics. Having said that, just going direct to Ben Roberts' concerns, the person who is responsible is the person who collected that information in the first place. Because they're the ones who collected the information, they should have made sure that it was secure and it was not shared. Truth of the matter be told, we have been in a country where collecting information, sharing information, not asking questions has been the order of the day. We are coming into a state where there has been free share of information. And it is time to ask, you can no longer do that. And awareness creation, and I've had this conversation with Amnesty before, and the awareness creation begins to hold people accountable, even if nothing else. Awareness creation, and like I said, we can never as an institution have adequate resources to reach every single individual in this country. And that is why we reach out for partnership with other organizations, because the minute you tell Kenyans, ask why they're asking for my information, they start holding everybody accountable for it. So that is what I would like to respond. And Kate, yes, that's something that we are aware of. And it's unfortunate, and it shouldn't be happening in this country. And we must ask those questions all the time. so that people are actually held to account. And the penalty are between 1% of your revenue and also 5 million. And the truth is, well, that some organization might say, I'll pay it, the reputation to your organization is
Maybe higher.
severe.
Yeah.
You may never be able to do business again in this country, not because the data commissioner fined you, because your customers will not trust you anyway. The other concern was by Ruben about small take-ups. You're in hospitality. You recall when I was making the presentation, I said, even if your revenue is below 5 million and you have 10 staff, but you're in the hospitality, you are required to actually register as a data controller because you collect people's information. What you need to do is to step back and do a personal audit and ask, what kind of information do we collect? Where do we store it? And how do we go about? I'm not marketing Walu, but at times he helps people in data protection impact assessment. So professional help. And Amnesty and I know Open Institute are working towards, with the support from GIZ, helping county governments to actually begin doing data protection impact assessment. And the same for Strathmore. They have a guidance on small medium enterprises. So those are initiatives out there. And I said in my presentation, we did launch a curriculum. We realized the space is very big. We are in the process of reviewing and see how else can we work with other partners to help us ensure that everybody is reached in as far as awareness is concerned. And I also said we are in the process of populating our own staff structure so that now it's not just immaculate. There are people with immaculate who we can raise a complaint and see this process fast track. And so I hope I helped answer those
you've
questions.
addressed them quite well.
Yes.
Thank you, Data Commissioner. Now, Morgan asked about KENIC, online children exploitation. Yeah, it was Morgan.
It was Athena.
Ah.
Athena, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so on the domain name space, yes, there's a lot that's happening from a domain name abuse perspective. First, I'd like to clarify that KENIC deals with only .ke domains. That's something that people tend to forget. There are mainly generic domains out there in the world, .com, .biz, .net. KENIC only deals with .ke. And I can confidently speak here that we don't have child online abuse sites on .ke because we do crawls around our system and our domains to see if there's anyone who's actually doing that. And if there's any, then we have partners. We have the KSAT who we alert immediately to take action. We had partnered with Watoto Watch as well, just to ensure that as anything pops up, then we're able to give a solution around it. I know we do get requests on .coms. We try and look at how can we partner with ICANN and other global bodies to also assist on the same. And we have ICANN offices in Nairobi, who then we can communicate and say, this issue is happening. How can you, at your level, can we have that? So there are binding agreements around the world on how to deal with DNS abuse. But from the .ke perspective at the moment, I can say we are safe, but I'm not saying that it wouldn't happen. The other problem that we have from a domain perspective is we are not entirely in control of the content on the domain. That is a different conversation altogether. So you'll find someone writing to me and saying, please take down this domain, this website. I cannot take down a website because the content is not in my control. I'm only in control of the domain. But the content, so someone can come and register joel.com.ke, but what they put there, I don't have visibility
beyond your scope.
But that's something we're trying to see. How do we deal with our registrars and hosting companies to ensure that even that is cleaned up to that to a good level? So yes, there's work happening, and we can share what we do on the aspect of DNS abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. I'm afraid I can't take more questions. I will instead ask our panelists to have the last word. Just 1 minute. What is this one thing you feel we can do with it within the data protection space to make it better? Irungu, then Immaculate coming this way.
So if there was one thing I would concentrate on: digital literacy, digital citizenship, education, and bring that to the landscape.
Thank you for being brief, Immaculate.
I was going to say the same. Awareness, awareness, compliance. And for us is a partnership. Please, as people in this space of digital, help us reach out to as many people as possible so that they are your customers asking those questions. Then we will have improved this ecosystem.
Thank you, Joel.
Can I take the other 2 minutes that they left?
No.
So just 2 things. One, security starts with you. So what are you looking at? What are you posting online? I think it was mentioned in the other thing. 2, I'd like to give a small revelation that we hope will go through. And this has been good work from our seniors at ICTA, and it's happening today. As of today evening, there's a circular that if anyone uses a government email that is not .ke, the deadline is today. You cannot use personal emails as of today.
In government?
Yes. There's a circular out in government. We can only hope and pray that that goes through, but it has come from the highest office in the land.
Okay.
So I know that has been a challenge. We used to see a lot of things online, people saying, reply to Senate at Gmail.
Yeah.
We now hope that that is something that has moved, and a lot of lobbying from ICTA has happened.
Okay.
And we hope that that will
That's great.
give confidence to the domain namespace. Thank you.
Asante. Sharon from Safaricom.
Finally, from me, I think as we have discussed, fraud is a real concern in Kenya, and quite often it revolves around your identity. So I'd please like to encourage people to keep thinking about where you do leave your identification details, your personal details. They can be used to compromise your security. So please do be careful with that. At Safaricom, if you have any concerns around fraud, please do SMS us on 333 or contact us on any of our channels, and we will work with the law enforcement agencies to resolve the issue as quickly as possible. And finally, as my fellow processors and controllers, we have a huge responsibility. The time is now for us to make sure that we put in place all the right controls, the adequate safeguards to keep all personal information in Kenya safe. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. A big round of applause for them. And back to Victor. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for the panel. Please, we'll take a group photo of the panelists. Yeah, so let's take a group photo. All right. Excellent. Another round of applause for the panel. Asanteni sana. All right, thank you very much for the session. We're going to be having another panel, but just before that, just a reminder to thank, we are at the Kenya Internet Governance Forum. The hashtag is KEIGF 2022. Want to thank the panelists for the previous session. Our theme today is Resilient Internet for a Shared and Sustainable Common Future. And since we've come from discussing rights, I don't know how many people need a bit of sugar. We have some tea outside. So we have two options. We have another session coming up, then lunch. Or do you want to take 10 minutes to stretch and then come back for the next session? Then we go for lunch. So can we stretch for 10? All of that opinion say aye. All of the contrary opinion say nay. Okay, the ayes have it. Let's come back in 10 minutes, please. Tea is at the balcony. And then we can come back for the next session. Thank you.
standards, industry needs, and not all policy requirements. We are dedicated to building networks that are secure, stable, and reliable. Collaboration is at our core. We work with our partners to collectively build a digital ecosystem everyone can depend on. Cybersecurity is the foundation of our business and your digital life. Ensuring that the highest standards in cybersecurity isn't a choice, but a responsibility that accepts no. You ensuring that every Kenyan is connected to business, to better education, to better healthcare, to better living, so that no one is left behind in our journey to a digitally transformed nation. Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world. Kenya has come a long way in ICT development. Our lives have been opened up to a wide range of communication services in profound ways. And to make sure that every Kenyan is part of this progress, the government set up the Universal Service Fund to bring communication services to remote and hard-to-reach parts of the country. Having connected 78 sub-locations in the first phase of the implementation of the Universal Service Fund and another 169 targeted in phases 2 and 3, we are ensuring that every Kenyan is connected to business, to better education, to better healthcare, to a better life, so that no one is left behind in our journey to a digitally transformed nation. Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world. Kenya has come a long way in ICT development. Our lives have been opened up to a wide range of communication services in profound ways. And to make sure that every Kenyan is part of this progress, the government set up the Universal Service Fund to bring communication services to remote and hard-to-reach parts of the country. Having connected 78 sub-locations in the first phase of the implementation of the Universal Service Fund and another 169 targeted in phases 2 and 3, we are ensuring that every Kenyan is connected to business, to better education, to better healthcare, to a better life, so that no one is left behind in our journey to a digitally transformed nation. Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world. Kenya has come a long way in ICT development. Our lives have been opened up to a wide range of communication services in profound ways. And to make sure that every Kenyan is part of this progress, the government set up the Universal Service Fund to bring communication services to remote and hard-to-reach parts of the country. Having connected 78 sub-locations in the first phase of the implementation of the Universal Service Fund and another 169 targeted in phases 2 and 3, we are ensuring that every Kenyan is connected to business, to better education, to better healthcare, to a better life, so that no one is left behind in our journey to a digitally transformed nation. Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world. Kenya has come a long way in ICT development. Our lives have been opened up to a wide range of communication services in profound ways. And to make sure that every Kenyan is part of this progress, the government set up the Universal Service Fund to bring communication services to remote and hard-to-reach parts of the country. Having connected 78 sub-locations in the first phase of the implementation of the Universal Service Fund and another 169 targeted in phases 2 and 3, we are ensuring that every Kenyan is connected to business, to better education, to better healthcare, to a better life, so that no one is left behind in our journey to a digitally transformed nation. Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world. Kenya has come a long way in ICT development. Our lives have been opened up to a wide range of communication services in profound ways. And to make sure that every Kenyan is part of this progress, the government set up the Universal Service Fund to bring communication services to remote and hard-to-reach parts of the country. Having connected 78 sub-locations in the first phase of the implementation of the Universal Service Fund and another 169 targeted in phases 2 and 3, we are ensuring that every Kenyan is connected to business, to better education, to better healthcare, to a better life, so that no one is left behind in our journey to a digitally transformed nation. Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world. Kenya has come a long way in ICT development. Our lives' peace of mind is our peace of mind. When it comes to security, you don't compromise. And in cybersecurity, neither do we. The digital world never sleeps. Everything is connected. Everything is evolving. Cybersecurity standards never stand still. To stay ahead, we work with industry groups, governments, and customers to tackle every challenge. Cooperation, openness, and systematic approaches are key because cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. We serve 3 billion people in over 170 countries with an excellent security track record that spans over 30 years. Security and privacy are our top priority without compromising costs, schedules, or functions. Continuous innovation empowers our ability to constantly raise the cybersecurity bar. We are transparent through objective and open testing. Our efforts have earned us over 350 awards and certificates worldwide, and our standards are verified by globally recognized independent authorities. Strict cybersecurity rules are at the center of everything we develop and deliver. We provide high-quality, trustworthy products and solutions. Cybersecurity and privacy requirements are embedded across the supply chain and product life cycles. An independent verification system ensures every action is traceable. Our cybersecurity capabilities support universal standards, industry needs, and meet all policy requirements. We are dedicated to building networks that are secure, stable, and reliable. Collaboration is at our core. We work with our partners to collectively build a digital ecosystem everyone can depend on. Cybersecurity is the foundation of our business and your digital life. Ensuring the highest standards in cybersecurity isn't a choice, but a responsibility. A responsibility that accepts no compromises. security, you don't compromise. And in cybersecurity, neither do. The disk sleeps. Everything is connected. Everything is evolving. Cybersecurity standards never stand still. To stay ahead, we work with industry groups, governments, and customers to tackle every challenge. Cooperation, openness, and systematic approaches are key because cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. We serve 3 billion people in over 170 countries with an excellent security track record that spans over 30 years. Security and privacy are our top priority without compromising costs, schedules, or functions. Continuous innovation empowers our ability to constantly raise the cybersecurity bar. We are transparent through objective and open testing. Our efforts have earned us over 350 awards and certificates worldwide. Our standards are verified, recognized, and authority. Strict cybersecurity rules are at the center of everything we develop and deliver. We provide high-quality, trustworthy products and solutions. Cybersecurity and privacy requirements are embedded in product life cycles. An independent verification system ensures every action is traceable. Our cybersecurity capabilities supports its needs and meet all policy requirements. Dedicated to building networks that are secure, stable, and reliable. Collaboration and we work with our partners to collectively system everyone can depend. Is the foundation of your digital life. Higher standards in cyber space, but let's need this. Your peace of mind is our peace of mind. When it comes to security, you don't compromise. And in cybersecurity, neither do we. The digital world never sleeps. Everything is connected. Everything is evolving. Cybersecurity standards never stand still. To stay ahead, we work with industry groups, governments, and customers to tackle every challenge. Systematic approaches are key because cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. We serve 3 billion people in over 170 countries with an excellent security track record that spans over 30 years. Security and privacy are our top priority without compromising costs, schedules, or functions. Continuous innovation empowers our ability to constantly raise the cybersecurity bar. We are transparent through objective and open testing. Our efforts have earned us over 350 awards and certificates worldwide, and our standards are verified by globally recognized independent authorities. Strict cybersecurity rules are at the center of everything we develop and deliver. We provide high-quality, trustworthy products and solutions. Cybersecurity and privacy requirements are embedded across the supply chain and product life cycles. An independent verification system ensures every action is traceable. Our cybersecurity capabilities support universal standards, industry needs, and meet all policy requirements. Collaboration is at our core. We work with our partners to collectively build a digital ecosystem everyone can depend on. Cybersecurity is the foundation of and ensuring that it isn't a choice, but a responsibility. A responsibility that accepts no compromises. Your peace of mind is our peace of mind. When it comes to security, you don't compromise. And in cybersecurity, neither do we.
My cosmetics business is booming. Do you want to know my secret? I registered my .ke domain name and built my online store. Now the orders just keep coming. Getting a domain name for your business is a game changer because it has enabled my customers find me online by improving my website search ranking, which has translated to more business. It has given my brand a credible internet identity because a .ke domain name is uniquely Kenyan. Furthermore, it protects my brand online. Take your business online today. Visit www.kennic.or.ke and select a registrar to get your domain name. My cosmetics business is booming. Do you want to know my secret? I registered my .ke domain name and built my online store. Now the orders just keep coming. Getting a domain name for your business is a game changer because it has enabled my customers find me online by improving my website search ranking, which has translated to more business. It has given my brand a credible internet identity because a .ke domain name is uniquely Kenyan. Furthermore, it protects my brand online. Take your business online today. Visit www.kennic.or.ke and select a registrar to get your domain name. My cosmetics business is booming. Do you want to know my secret? I registered my .ke domain name and built my online store. Now the orders just keep coming. Getting a domain name for your business is a game changer because it has enabled my customers find me online by improving my website search ranking, which has translated to more business. It has given my brand a credible internet identity because a .ke domain name is uniquely Kenyan. Furthermore, it protects my brand online. Take your business online today. Visit www.kennic.or.ke and select a registrar to get your domain name. My cosmetics business is booming. Do you want to know my secret? I registered my .ke domain name and built my online store. Now the orders just keep coming. Getting a domain name for your business is a game changer because it has enabled my customers find me online by improving my website search ranking, which has translated to more business. It has given my brand a credible internet identity because a .ke domain name is uniquely Kenyan. Furthermore, it protects my brand online. Take your business online today. visit www.kennic.or.ke and select a registrar to get your domain name. My cosmetics business is booming. Do you want to know my secret? I registered my .ke domain name and built my online store. Now the orders just keep coming. Getting a domain name for your business is a game changer because it has enabled my customers find me online by improving my website's search ranking, which has translated to more business. It has given my brand a credible internet identity because a .ke domain name is uniquely Kenyan. Furthermore, it protects my brand online. Take your business online today. Visit www.kennic.or.ke and select a registrar to get your domain name.
Hello.
My cosmetics business is booming. Do you want to know my...
Hello. Hello. Hi. How are you? Hello. How are you? Good after tea break. I hope we've all managed to get a bite or two or more, and are ready to for the next session. So thank you very much for joining us for the Kenya Internet Governance Forum. We are really glad to have all of you here. The theme of the event is Resilient Internet for a Shared and Sustainable Future. And the hashtag for the event, for those who are online, is hashtag KEIGF 2022. We want to thank all our partners and our sponsors for the event. And I'd also like to introduce the next session, which is going to be moderated by Stephanie Mushai. The session is going to focus on ICTs and the upcoming election. So, ladies and gentlemen, please let's give a hand to our next panelists. Makofi tafadhali. I will hand over the session to Stephanie, and to join her on stage, we shall have Fiona Asonga. Also, we'll have Sarah Muyonga, Dr. Wakabi, Peter Ngige, coming on the, and of course, last but not least, Mugambi Kai from Article 19. Makofi yao tafadhali. Please feel at home. And let's, Stephanie, over to you.
Fiona and Peter Ngigi, if you could please come up. Oh, there you are. Please join us. Peter Ngigi, are you in the room? Peter Ngigi, Communications Authority. Okay, Victor, as soon as you spot him, if you can drag him on stage kicking and screaming, that would be great. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Please look at me. I have attention issues. Thank you.
I hope you've had a good break. Glad that we did have a break. We were worried you're not going to listen to us, but we are assured with sugar and caffeine, we will have your full attention. It's going to be an exciting conversation. We're talking about ICTs and elections. If you're visiting Kenya, you are going to learn that Kenyans are quite political creatures. So you're in for a treat. So we're going to reflect broadly around parts of the ecosystems of elections. Firstly, we're going to kick out with social media. We couldn't have this conversation on ICTs and elections without touching on that. Social media is, of course, not new to elections, but over the years, its role has become more prominent. And there have been a number of unintended, unplanned, or unforeseen, we hope, impacts on civic participation, safety, and also on the legitimacy of elections and of the electoral process. So we're going to have a chat about that. We also want to look at the opportunities that ICTs present for elections and how we can harness those. And then over to a bit about where we are with the tech with Kenya elections. I think earlier, 2 panels ago, we heard a bit from Safaricom about that and how we can then use ICTs to support electoral integrity. I know you all have different experiences and views on this topic, so I know you'll be listening quite keenly to the panelists' various take on this. So I will invite them to speak as I will introduce them as I invite them to speak. And I'll start with my immediate right, who is Mr. Mugambi Kiai. He is the Regional Director for Article 19, Eastern Africa. Article 19 works for a world where all people everywhere can freely express themselves and they can actively engage in public life without fear of discrimination. And they do this by working on 2 interlocking freedoms, the freedom to speak and the freedom to know, otherwise known as freedoms of expression and information. So thank you, Mugambi, for making time today to be part of this panel. So I'll kick off with you because I was stalking you over the weekend and I had a chance to read one of your guest blogs in one of our major dailies. And in that blog, you said something quite interesting. You said it is impossible to have a working democracy with a broken social media landscape. So I'd really like for you to expand your thoughts on that today. What impact do you believe a broken social media landscape can have on elections? And then also if you can talk about what specific improvements in transparency you would like to see.
Thanks, Stephanie. What Stephanie doesn't say is that she used to work for Article 19, which is why she's very eloquent about what we do. With regard to the question, it's very clear to me that when you look at social media, there is a symbiotic relationship it has to democracy, right? It facilitates democracy by creating greater participation, greater access, greater affordability. On the other hand, there are huge issues around hygiene. Now, if you look at what we do at Article 19, which is around freedom of expression, actually Article 19 comes from or is derived from Article 19 of the International Covenant for Civil and Political Rights. In the Kenyan Constitution, it is under Article 33. How many of you are familiar with the Kenyan Constitution? Wow. So when Raila read it, he read it for all of us. Actually, listen, you guys are techies. It should be in your apps, right? Please familiarize yourselves with it. Because at the heart of it is who we are as Kenyans and why we either engage or don't engage. But let me not go into preaching and proselytizing about rights. Let me just talk about freedom of expression. There are exceptions to it, which include propaganda for war, hate speech, incitement, and propaganda to hatred around ethnicity and around some areas. Someone is trying to take my voice away, but it won't work. So the exceptions there, and they're enumerated. So what I was writing about, is really the question around hygiene. The social media terrain has admittedly been one of conflict in Kenya when it comes to politics. Can you hear me? I don't know if, so when discussing, yeah, we're having a problem. As he tries to look for another mic. So as I was writing, I think I was, and I'm happy Sarah is here. I was asking the question of Meta about how accountable they are in terms of moderating that conversation and making sure that we don't veer into the kind of war we saw in 2007. It really starts at that level of social media, where we start relaying messages of hate, of incitement, of really hostility to each other. And as you know, that's another big aspect for us. The question of digital register, does it come with a complementary register or registers? What do those look like? That is in court. I think the Electoral Commission is torn between what it should state. It's still grappling with it. We're still grappling with that. It's another big aspect for us. Results management is another huge issue. And just to make sure I don't hog the mic, I'll start with those two aspects. So questions of digital hygiene and questions of transparency and accountability as two big planks. There'll be others that we come to as we deepen and go into this conversation.
Thank you, Mugambi. We apologize and hope that the sound will be sorted out, but I hope that you can hear us. So as we kind of that the brokenness and the needs, as we do that, let me maybe move over to Wakabi Wairagara. He is the CEO of CIPESA, the Collaboration on International ICT Policy in East and Southern Africa, based in Kampala, Uganda, but they work regionally. They focus on research and analysis of information to enable policymakers in the region to understand ICT issues and for various multi-stakeholders to use ICT to improve livelihoods. So we want to thank you, Sebo, for coming all the way from Kampala. We're really glad to have you here. Would like to just take this opportunity to hear from you about some opportunities as we digest some of the brokenness. What is it, how is it you think that we can make best use of ICTs to online space, especially to enhance civic participation and access to information during the electoral cycle?
Thank you, Nyabo. I hope the mic will be a little more kinder to me than it was to Kiai. I don't have a voice as good as his, so the mic should work for me. The first area I think would be in terms of how citizens are able to access information and demand accountability of the key actors such as the IEBC. information, as we all know, is absolutely crucial in terms of citizens being able to make informed choices in periods such as this, where there are elections, but also transparency on the part of the key actors, such as the Interior Ministry, such as the IEBC, is also really, really crucial. So the ability of citizens to engage with these entities, ask questions, receive information, demand accountability is one that ICT delivers and which we should take advantage of. But the supply side of this also needs to be proactive in terms of these actors also proactively providing information to citizens very openly, very regularly in terms of how they are effecting their mandates. The other one is around the transmission and publication of results, and this is something which KI has also hinted on. It will be crucial that the IEBC publishes timelessly, very openly, with granular details, the results of the elections. And obviously, ICT is one way in which this can be done. And to the extent also that other actors have been allowed to do some sort of tallying, I think also those ones will be able to take advantage of ICT, including, crowdsourcing reports from citizens. That is something that should be done. It's useful to do, but must be done obviously with some caution, as provided by the authorities. Two more things. I think it cannot be emphasized enough why disinformation and hate speech must be fought. The online domain, as it is today, is a key pathway for the spread of disinformation in this country. We launched a report yesterday with KishtaNet, which looks at disinformation in this sphere. And it's quite a problem which is growing in terms of the tactics being used, the number and net of investigators, the pathways it takes, but also the effects which disinformation is having on political processes. It stifles, obviously, independent voices. It, messes up the political discourse. It disadvantages candidates who are not using disinformation. It creates paralysis. There's quite a bit of hate speech that is being propagated, which obviously does not bode well for electoral integrity, but also for stability post-election. So that means that all actors today need to play a bigger role, including the government, which doesn't seem to be playing a very big role in combating this information. But also, as we noted, that is not a problem that is going to end with the election. It's something that is going to go beyond the elections. So that effort must continue beyond August 9th. You are looking at me like I've spoken too much, so I'll stop there. Thank you.
Body language is important. Thank you. Thank you, Sebo. I think on the note of the role of actors, really glad to have Sarah here. Sarah Muyonga is the Public Policy Manager, Eastern Horn of Africa for Meta Platforms. And just looking at that role, I think we'd be interested to hear with regards to at least Kenya's elections, what resources has Meta set aside to mitigate disinformation in the country elections, a bit about measures in place to ensure that Facebook, let's say algorithms, but it's a whole system, but Facebook algorithms don't amplify hate speech in Kenya by promoting specific posts for engagement. Basically, we're wondering what's Meta's approach to do no harm, basically, during the Kenya election. So, Sarah.
Good. I don't know if it's midday. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much, Stephanie, and the rest of the panelists. So I'll start by saying that Meta takes very seriously what we see is our responsibility, especially in a context of election, to ensure that people do have an opportunity to engage in the electoral process, to engage in the civic process, to support a free and fair election process, and just to maybe more generally protect the integrity of the election. So what that means for us is that we, from a very global perspective, because we've been supporting a lot of activities and we have work streams across the world where we've had elections, our election work is sort of underpinned by 5 objectives. The first one is removing interference. We know in different contexts we've been accused. There's all the various stories around Cambridge Analytica, what happened in the US. And of course, those are learnings and opportunities for learning for us. So one of our major objectives around our election work is to reduce interference. We want to remove harmful context on our platforms, especially those that are threatening the electoral process. So, you know, of course, you see a lot of voter interference, people trying to give fake information about even the voting day, for instance. So our systems, our efforts are to reduce that kind of context that would do that. We also want to reduce misinformation that globally has been seen as a problematic area around the elections. We want to increase transparency. This is really linked to who is participating in the voting process, who's buying our ads, who is paying for it, especially for groups that are monitoring election funding, election spending. We have like an ad library where you can now go back up to 7 years and see who was running campaigns in a certain region, who funded those particular campaigns, because we ask for, there's a very vigorous verification process. We're not allowing people to pay from ads if they're not based in Kenya, for instance. And then we also want to promote civic engagement. We are working with various partners, working with the IBC, trying to, you know, support campaigns that people are doing for people to participate in that electoral process, for people to come out and vote. So very soon you'll start seeing posters around voting days on this day, people who say I voted and that kind of thing. And then finally, we just want to keep people safe. So bullying and harassment, I think one of the things we've noted, women politicians are usually one of the groups that's attacked mostly. So our work is centered around that. So what have we done in Kenya specifically? Based on the fact that at least the last 2 or 3 cycles of the elections in Kenya were marred with violence of some nature, we are very concerned that our platforms in no way are used to exacerbate that harm, both online and offline. So we began our work last year, and our strategy is sort of around a 3-pronged approach. We've had a lot of policy engagement, starting late last year into this year. A lot of that exercise was to map out who's working in the scene, who are the most critical agencies, which partners do we want to work in, where we can also piggy ride or, you know, partner with them to create either more awareness, let them know about our tools, our products that we have that can minimize some of the risks you've highlighted, but more importantly, to also listen to some of the issues, concerns, gaps that some of you are raising, and to come up with strategies to deal with that. Then we do have products and tools that we have also both exist and some that we have started implementing. We've had a lot of concerns, especially on bullying and harassment. It continues to be one of the biggest violations we see on our platforms of women around the elections. So we've been working with women politicians and organizations like Policy, UN Women, KEWOPA, and all to think about which kind of products can we put in place to reduce the harassment of women in that instance. Around hate speech, we're working with NCIC, the Uyano platform, the very organization Fumbua, all the ones mentioned here, to identify what are some of the trends we're seeing online, what are those words. Sometimes some of these hate speech words come in languages that unfortunately we have not had the ability to be able to translate. We have up to 42 tribes, so I don't know how long we will get for us to have the capacity to translate all that, but we work with our partners to see how that's done. But in terms of the question, because there's so much I can say about the efforts that we have. So before I go to the algorithms, of course, there's capacity and awareness creation. We've been running even online campaigns. I don't know if any of you have seen in our radios, especially the vernacular radio, on how to both report hate speech, how to be more discerning about misinfo, how not to spread, and how to report on some of these things. We try to plug in. We've done a lot of work with UNESCO, which has a social media for peace campaign. So we plug on bigger initiatives to create awareness on both tools that can keep you safe, how to stay away from that, and how to report. But before I go there, I know one of the most heated area is always algorithm. I'm happy to say that, I don't know whether it's happy because it's really a thin line between balancing voice, expression, people engaging in the process, but at the same time, reducing how often people see things that they claim to be divisive. So at the global level, we've gotten feedback from many people in processes like this, from conflicts that have happened globally, that people feel like political content in many cases sometimes leads to divisive kind of context or politics, and they don't want to see this. So we're in the process of rolling out what we see as a trial where our algorithms demote that kind of content. So you will see, like if you go to your feeds, you see less and less political content. It is really not, this is sort of like going through a trial process, but it's because it becomes hard for us to say a signal of, do you like the content or not? Is it that you looked at it once or twice? The same way maybe for ads it would run, for political content it's different. You might have looked at it, but you don't like it. You don't want to see it, or it leads to that kind of stuff. So in terms of the algorithms, there's a lot of work ongoing globally based on a lot of conflicts and things that have happened. And Kenya is one of the countries this is happening now, where we are demoting a lot of political kind of like content or ads to a greater extent so that we can reduce the level. And part of the experiment has shown that the amount of hate speech kind of content is reducing largely, because sometimes when people interact with that content, then they start attacking, they start doing. So there's been a bit of positive results based on that. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you, Sarah. I can already hear mumblings in conversations. So I think people are processing that information. So thank you for sharing on the measures and the updates. It was something that's been of great interest. Just before we proceed, I just want to see if Peter Ngigi has joined us in the room. If you're here, if you would please come up on the stage. Before I get to Fiona, we've talked a lot about IEBC. I don't believe that they are in the room. But we'd just like to give a brief update in terms of the tech, because the next panelist is going to talk about electoral integrity. IEBC have put out some statements about where they're at with ICTs. So I'll just share a bit about that. This is based on their publicly available information. So if you have an update that they haven't posted, you're welcome to share that as well. Basically, they said that they, and we heard a bit about this from Kiptenness, but they talked about how they have procured their election technology last year. They used that tech in the preparation of the register of the voters, the verification exercise. The biometric registration ended on 4th of May this year. On 9th of June, they did a simulation exercise, and they noted that there were delays in transmission of 2,900 sampled polling stations, which was, of heightened concern. They said approximately 1,100 of the 46,000 polling stations are not covered by the 3G network in place, but Kiptenness talked a bit about that earlier, so I will leave that one alone. I wish that the Communications Authority would be here and give us an update on the 3G, 4G coverage as well. But IEBC says that the results management framework developed provides for transmission of, we all know the Form 34A, from polling stations to constituencies to national tallying centers, and they committed to do that via a secure network. The CEO of the IEBC Secretariat said that they plan to encrypt all the transmission channels. They're also going to share an API with the presidential candidates so that they can be able to access the results and they can tabulate their own on the IEBC portal. They're going to share that with us as well. You're the public and other stakeholders, so that we'll be able to see the forms as well. As of the 13th of this month, they have engaged a firm to do an audit of the technology and that they will address the recommendations coming from that audit. So that's a very high level summary just based on the statements that they've put out and also on political parties inquiring about the readiness of IEBC. There are no doubt more granular details and possibly more updates that are not yet available to us, but you can begin to think about those areas. Interesting to me is for the first time is they're talking about APIs and a portal and giving us access to the electronic Form 34A. Now, this brings us to think about electoral integrity. Electoral integrity it's really critical because it's really about public confidence in the process, in both the electoral process and in the political processes. And so we want to talk a bit about how ICTs can help with that. And to help us do that is Fiona Asonga. She's the CEO of TESPOC, Technology Service Providers of Kenya. They're an all-inclusive body that represents the interests of technology service providers in Kenya. And so they bring together work on policy, on stakeholders, and best practices for the sector. So Fiona, thank you for joining us. My question for you is, what opportunities should Kenya be maximizing for ICTs for electoral integrity? It's such a big issue for us. And then what measures can we start to take to protect the electoral process from technological failures that we have seen before?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we have all, right now we are all sitting here, first of all, and expecting that on the 9th we are going to vote. Is there anyone here not expecting to vote? Not out of choice or out of you not having the permission, being allowed to vote, but as Kenyans, we are all expecting to go to the ballot on the 9th, right? And when we do that, I think one thing that comes out of that is because we are putting our confidence in the IEBC that they are going to honor their mandate and obligation and enable us to do that voting on the 9th. That is the beginning of our journey on matters integrity and election. Now, when they begin to bring on board technology, they also have a responsibility to make sure that that technology works. So far, we've used the technology for voter registration. It has not had issues. We have seen they're keeping track of that registration, and where there's been staff tampering with the voters registers, they have found out that, they have acted on that, and I think some staff have been let go of. So we are seeing action. Those are the steps that build our confidence as the public. However, the most critical thing that they need to do to make us confident enough is share with the public how exactly, what else are they doing with the technology? You've read bits and pieces that are in the press, in the public domain. Nobody from IEBC has sat in any forum, anywhere, and explained to the public, this is how the system we bought last year is going to work. They say they've used it for the voter registration, which went smoothly. We are banking on that. And then what are the capabilities of the system? We do not know what its capabilities are. We are expecting them to share with us the capabilities and even give us a strategic plan. This first year, we will do this. We will work on it. By the next election, it should be able to do this one, so that we know we've got a system we're going to have for a long time. That kind of stability also builds confidence and builds trust. When we talk of issues of integrity, it now boils down to the people who are running the system. The basics of an IT class. You put garbage into a computer, it gives you garbage in, garbage out. That is really the basic part of it. And that means then that at the end of the day, behind the technology, the people and the individuals who have to handle those systems are the carriers of the responsibility and mandate that builds confidence and public trust and gives the whole process the integrity it requires, which means then that we do expect that on the 9th, when I go to vote, I have been able to check and verify where I'm supposed to vote technology, using technology digitally. So then I know where I'm voting. I will appear at that location. I should be able to present myself with my national ID and be allowed to vote. Unfortunately, the voting process is still manual, but that is also an opportunity where we need to see how to use tech for voting, because it happens in other parts of the world where that is happening, and it's also just as good as the people who are managing the system. Technology is good, and it has made things work. So we do the manual voting. After we do the manual voting, we go in to do manual counting. The tallying is done manually. All those manual entries have to be counted, whatever. And this is where now we are messing up with the levels of integrity that the public have. If we voted electronically, there would be automatic tallying by the electronic system, the technology that is set up, and that would ease the anxiety. And that is the point at which we get to very high anxiety levels, because at the tallying, it's a really complicated process that now you're trying to figure out, okay, so then it's only after tallying is complete that results will be uploaded again onto the system. So you see, we have a whole gap there where there is no use of technology. And so that therein is the place where the issues of trust and confidence come into play. Yet it is also the place where there is opportunity to do more. So what do we need to do at that point in time? I think we are going to put, as a public, we are forced to put a lot of our trust and responsibility on the media houses to be live in as many places as possible, and to be able to let us know, because we can't all be in the tallying centers. So we have to have representatives of the different groups. The observers groups will be there. The party agents will be there. In addition, the media, for the public who have no other entity to represent them, to see that the tallying happens well. So that becomes the channel through which they come in and they participate, choosing media to just watch from home, keep a record, do your tallying from the house, and help to keep track of what is going on within the different centers. That said and done.
2 more minutes, Fiona.
Yes. That said and done, it will, when we need to also look at the processes that would lead to failure in the small bits of technology that we are using. The first is the failure of the devices. So when we look and we do know that we do not have total full coverage of 4G and 5G across the country, what are the other options that have been put in place? What is going to be the alternative to use? And also, how many service providers have been brought on board to ensure redundancy? If we restrict the service providers, you go one vendor, then the risks of failure are higher. When you have redundancy, you're covered and the risks are lower. Then we also need to look at the network. What networks have been brought on board? Because network service providers are able to back each other up, whether they offer mobile or not. Have we talked to everybody? Have we considered everyone? Or has it been based on a procurement process that has restricted the possibility of other service providers coming in and providing redundancy and support? Then finally, the system, I go back to the system that was bought last year. We don't know its capabilities, we don't know its risks. What are the risks of failure of that system? So those are the 3 points of failure. And of those 3 points of failure, the only one that is outside of IEBC, but IEBC still have control, is the network failure, where service providers would come in and support. But they need to be alert and engage early enough so that they know, for example, if we know Liquid Telecom are in this part of the country where there is no Northby, there is no Telkom Kenya, they should be the one that we are thinking as a backup, fallback plan for whatever needs to be. And we should be talking to them so that today they're already setting up to be able to provide that service to the devices that have been bought to the agents that are in those localities. That conversation hasn't quite happened. We, as industry, we are waiting. So we hope after the audit, we will have a conversation with the IEBC.
Thank you so much for that thorough kind of overview. There's so much I would love to say, but I'm not sitting on the floor. So I would like to open up an opportunity to respond to what the panelists have said. Please keep your questions brief to allow others to be able to ask questions as well, or comments. So I'd like to invite you, Victor, are you roving? Or okay. So if you would raise your hands, if you're interested in asking a question or making a comment, there's one, Victor, at the back. He's hidden behind the pillar. That's 1. And then 2 and 3. We'll start with those and then we'll take another round, please. So we'll start with the gentleman behind the pillar at the very end. Please tell us your name, affiliation, or organization. And if you have a specific panelist you'd like to address, please do that as well.
Well, thank you very much. I'm Onyango Lennox Ndeda at the Tech University of Kenya, fourth year student, Bachelor of Engineering in Civil Engineering. Yes, thank you very much. I understand. Yeah, this kind of buildings, these are what we do for those who don't know civil engineering. We design such stuff. Thank you very much. So my question is directed to Stephen Mugambi. As living consequences, I believe too much wisdom has considered that. But my question is this: you know that you are the most conspicuous member of the Pentagon. One of the deliberations being made here, the deliberations being made here are in the city, the capital, in the excellent places like this and civilian environments like this. But migrate to the kernel. I'm being told that I'm too wise. So do we get to the kernel and the heritage to advise people on things like misinformation, propaganda, hate speeches here and there to the grassroots where voters are highly numerous. Furthermore, I'm not going to sit down because of time.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arnold Gekonge from Champions for Sustainable Development Goals Youth. And I would like to ask Fiona and Sarah, either of you could respond to this. We've seen instances where some countries in Africa try to control access to internet and media, especially during elections. Is this a necessary measure to take, in your opinion? And I've seen it happening even in other social settings, even in some youth organizations sometimes, when they see that people are trying to talk about certain sensitive things, or there are people within the platform who are going to give out information that is going to make other people react in a certain way, they close it. For example, if it's a WhatsApp group, it might be changed
could I ask
into...
you to be a bit more concise
Yes.
so that we can get the other question?
Yes,
Thank
it
you.
might be changed into only admins can communicate, so that the communication is one way. Is this necessary? And then my hope is in future that we can be able to vote electronically and truly embrace technology. Thank you.
My name is James from Apprentice. My question is on deepfakes to the Meta representative. What are you doing to address the deepfakes? Thank you.
That's the most concise question I've had. Thank you. Mugambi, we'll start with you. Is the conversation inclusive? And then we'll go to Fiona and Sarah for their question from Arnold, and then back to Sarah for James's question.
Thanks for the question, and it's good to hear I'm wise. I'm not normally referred to as wise. It's very interesting about misinformation, disinformation, malinformation. So a number of points. One is, are we getting fact checking done? Again, is the fact checking as influential and as consequential as the misinformation? I think that's a very, very first point. We've discovered, if you've done anything around defamation, libel, that normally the apology, A, takes too long before it happens, and B, it's on page 3, not page 1. And that's one of the big issues around misinformation. The second point, of course, is the one of, is this filtering to what you call the cradles, the hamlets? Unfortunately, I don't think so. In the hamlets, I was on leave about 2 weeks ago. I'm known as Wajakoya. Now, for people who know me, our hair might resemble each other, but I can tell you that by the time that day ended, when they first spotted me and they called me Wajakoya, that whole village thought Wajakoya was in town. And by the time I would send a message that I am not Wajakoya number one, and maybe I'm leaving tomorrow, that would be 2 weeks later. And that is the tragedy of misinformation. The tragedy of the commons is that the corrective measure or the remedy normally is not as appropriate or as effective, let me use the word effective, as the original sin. It's not as restitutive. And we don't have a formula for it. So one of the issues we are really trying to get the IABC, we're trying, again, this is part of why we're talking about the hygiene issue, is to get providers all over to deal with is how quickly we can use our methodologies, our communication strategies, our tools to make sure that this doesn't even go out in the first place. It's not impossible, but it's very, very difficult. So a very direct question is how far this is going is still a work in progress.
So we take the second question or the last question? Okay, so the second questions I've only answered the bits as a company that we kind of own some of the platforms we use. So like the issue on the admins, as you said, like on WhatsApp group, you see maybe your speak being limited and only admins. Unfortunately, we don't have control over that. When you set up a group, you'll set up the admin. You have the choice to determine, do you want everyone to be the admin or not? Do you want to limit that? We do have a lot of education for admins so they're aware that when they set up groups, there's a level of responsibility as to the kind of conversations that would happen in that group that could either be dangerous, harmful, and things like that. So sometimes you'll find admins who are trying to control what kind of happens in that setting, but it's not something we do behind the scene and stop. The few things we do behind the scene is maybe notify you if a message, the virality of a kind of message, if something has been shared so many times, we already flag, we limit sometimes how much you can share, how much you can broadcast, because WhatsApp is one of those platforms that people have flagged a lot. The fact that it's encrypted, there's the general worry of some people could be doing some activities or mobilizing for whatever reasons within those groups. To the question on deepfakes, which is touching a little bit on how we treat, I would say, issues around misinformation. What we say at Meta is we are not the arbiters of truth, right? There's a platform. We cannot spend time saying, oh, you posted this. I'm sorry. I don't think that's true or not. Because, I mean, there's different ways you could challenge what truth is. But when it comes to, you know, whether it's anything that could lead to imminent harm, then we get concerned. Then we work with third-party fact checkers who are sort of accredited globally. So like in Kenya, we work with Africa Check, PESA Check, FP, and we're also doing a lot of programs with other partners to see how we can support the work of local fact checkers, because that's where the language aspect comes in. So in that particular process, we try, based on that, we either remove, if it's misinformation that could easily lead to harm, like in the real world, we remove. If it's misinformation that maybe will not lead to harm, but it could cause a problem, we reduce. Then the other action is we warn. So if it's say a deep fake or it's something that we know is a fake photo, when you go to our platforms, you'll always see this thing could not be true. Do you want to still see it? Like there's a tagline warning you that fact checkers have proved that this is an out of context image, for instance. So the same way we treat those particular instances, but we rely a lot in terms of partners on some of those issues so that we do not claim that we're the ones. And then after that, we adopt artificial intelligence or machine tooling to then deal with some of those things. So the minute somebody has posted a video here, fact checkers had already proved that or it's a deep fake, then after a while, the machines are able to pick that because we're able to program it. But it's a process. Thank you.
Okay, still on the second question, where you asked about the likelihood of certain content not being allowed. I think TESPOC and our members have had a conversation with the government, and the Ministry of ICT, the Ministry of Interior have come through severally that and given us assurances that we're not going to shut down the internet in Kenya like it has happened in other countries. We're not going to shut down or bring down or block people from using the social media platforms. Our government leaders feel Kenya is a mature society, and they would like us to exercise decorum in how we behave, because it's in how you communicate. If we do have the support of the service providers, which include the likes of Meta here supporting us with what they do, and Google have the same for their platforms, and everyone else just being responsible online, really there is no reason for there to be a situation that warrants shutting down. Why? Because Kenyans are very vocal already. If there was a country that was to have its internet shut down a long time ago, it's Kenyans, because of Kenyans on Twitter. Look at how Kenyans communicate. If you have to appreciate where we are, look at how Kenyans communicate on Twitter and ask yourself, why hasn't our government asked Twitter to block all Kenyans off? Because we are very festive, for lack of a better word, and we really don't seem to have limits on how we post our languages and how we communicate. You know, we just, sorry, I'll use Swahili, ni kama tunafungua sewage hadharani, you know, the way we communicate. And so if we were a government, if we had a government that was going to stop us from communicating, Twitter would have been closed a long time ago. It's still open, but we are putting in measures and systems in place to ensure that there is decorum. And that is what we will continue to do as we move along, working with government agencies. We do have government agencies where we sit in with, on behalf of the service providers, our members, and help to facilitate some of the things that government needs to see getting done. So yes, we will pick, a few people will end up being picked and being questioned by DCI, but really it's based on how they are conducting themselves. The same way, you walk in the, we have parked our cars outside there. Someone goes and starts smashing all of them. Then we say he has a right to express himself. Seriously, there has to be some decorum. And I think that decorum so far has been maintained. And that's why we still have our online activities going on. Thank you.
Can I say something very quickly on that?
Okay.
It's great that the government has given those assurances, and other actors here are also strongly working to ensure that the internet is kept on. I think what should not happen is for the citizens to give government the comfort to ever think of closing down the internet, but it's also crucial that we do not give them reason to think about it. I have lived under a total internet shutdown. It's as painful as being in a Kenyan jail 2 decades ago, which I also experienced. So we don't want to get to a level where we have networks disrupted.
Just one point on that, and I appreciate that comment really, because that was one I actually whispered to Sarah, that whenever government assures me something, tells me it's supposed to have pipe water by the year 2000, the people actually realize that was a government promise. In the year 2000, every house was supposed to have a tap, was supposed to have tapped water. By 2017, we were supposed to have how many stadia? Remember, those are promises. So do not give them reason for comfort just because they said. Secondly, we use many words about hygiene. At the heart of it, there's something called protected speech and unprotected speech. The speech stops being protected as soon as there's harm. And harm is something that is empirical. Sikusema, you hurt my feelings. So if I call him Mwezi, or I call him Ganga, or I call you Mlevi, if you're Kenyan, you know what I'm saying. That is not harm, right? So it might be impolite, it might be unkind, but it is protected speech. It becomes unprotected speech as soon as you incite to violence or incite hatred against, so that there's a clear linkage, what they call in law, nexus. I don't look like it, but I'm actually a lawyer. So this nexus is about people relating your comment to an act of violence or an act of harm to you. And the person next to me is nodding very vigorously, so a lawyer, so she knows what I'm talking about.
I was waiting for either Mugambi or Sebo to say something on that. So I'm going to leave that in terms of the limitations of freedom of expression. In the interest of time, the panel has caught up time, more or less. And I will take those rights of reply as closing thoughts. Sarah is saying effective panel. Do we agree? Yes? Can we give them a round of applause? Okay, Victor is being generous with his time and standing in the way of your cocktails in the evening, but we will give them one thing that they want to see better. One thing that you'd like to see better. Sarah, because you're looking at me with your beautiful eyes, you can start, please.
I mean, definitely collaboration. We call for collaboration because we cannot do everything by ourselves. I constantly tell people that as Meta, we provide platforms, but the platforms are used by people who then also have to be responsible for their behaviors on the platforms. But even within the ecosystem, report, even if many say we don't have a snitching culture, but when you bring it to our attention, we're able to see how to address it, because a human habit, evolves every day. People change how they behave, how they want to communicate, what they want to do. So our teams have been working a lot to see how do we get ahead of any kind of problems. And we're here, we're on the ground, we're doing a lot, we've been doing a lot, we continue to work with you people. So collaboration is one of it. Thank you.
Thank you. To Fiona, what would you like to see better?
I think the one thing that I would like to see is engagement with IEBC. Industry is open and ready to help. We really want to see an election that makes the technology sector proud of technology deployment. We are tired of hiding our heads in the sand.
Thank you. Akabi?
I think should be more consistent engagement by various actors on addressing the issue of disinformation and hate speech beyond the elections.
Thank you. You can pass it down. Mugambi for a final word.
Justice, I think it was Damon Keith in Detroit Press versus Ashcroft said the following: that democracy dies behind closed doors. That call for IEBC, the call on all of us to cooperate, collaborate, the call by Meta for better collaboration, I think is an apt call. But let's also remember that elections is not the end. A lot of these issues we're discussing actually between elections are huge issues. We had COVID. Was there misinformation or not? Was there hygiene around it or not? Right? So let's not pretend that this comes and ends with elections. Those kinds of conversations must go on after elections.
Okay, I've been alerted that we're disenfranchising the online community who have one question, two questions actually for Fiona. So I'll just read them out and then we will close the panel. Apologies to the online community. Fiona, as TESPOC, don't you think that TESPOC should have been on the forefront as a CSR to ensure that all areas had been audited for access before 2022? So basically, is the audit a bit too late? And what could TESPOC have done? And the second is, you talked about stakeholders and engagement. The question is, what kind of stakeholders do IEBC engage during their design process of their systems? And the question is from Alphonse from ISOC Kenya.
Thank you so much, Alphonse. On the first question, TESPOC has been reaching out to the IEBC from for the last so many years. Unfortunately, IBC for starters did not have a staff responsible for the IT department. There was no head of IT until about 3 months ago. So when the staff gets onboarded is when we can, though we've been engaging and offering to support, we have to allow the staff to come in, look at what maybe have been in place, what was done, and allow them to get back to us. And we've kept on and constantly let them know that we are open with our members to provide guidance, and they have reached out to some of our members individually. They had initially written to us, and we did send representatives from the Secretariat for meetings. So we are constantly available to help and support, but sometimes they then pull back to reorganize themselves. Once we give them feedback, they go back to reorganize themselves and will come back to us, but sometimes it takes too long, because I think the last engagement we had with them was before they bought the new system, which if they bought it last year, then towards the end of 2020, in the height of COVID, and it was really an email requesting for recommendations. Then we didn't know what happened to it. So today is when I'm hearing, oh, they actually bought a system last year, which they have been deploying, and we are open. Then on the second question, who are the stakeholders that need to be involved? I think there's so many stakeholders IEBC needs to work with, because there's so much that IEBC needs to do. When it comes to technology, its stakeholders will be the different technology service providers, including equipment suppliers and other government agencies as well. When it comes to voter awareness and education, they have to engage different cadres of voter communities, civil society. So these IEBC stakeholders are as large as the people they are serving, which is the entire country. And because they can't meet the entire country, they have to find ways of breaking it down into manageable groups that they can engage with on different levels. Today, we ask the public, are you aware, someone walking in the streets, are you aware of how the voting process will be? We still have, we are about 30 or so days to the elections. Voter awareness is still a challenge. We have work to do, and it's not just industry associations like TESPOC. It is IEBC and Kenyans, all of us really need to find a way of learning quickly. So when they start teaching us, we need to learn quickly as well.
Thank you so much. Have you been inspired by the panel? You don't sound inspired. Have you been inspired by the panel? Do you have food for thought? Okay, I want you to think about, in the transition between panels, what you would like to see better. I think it's easy to state the problem. Our panelists have given us their thoughts on what they'd like to see better. So using the hashtag KEIGF, please post a sentence or two as we transition out of what you would like to see better. Sawa, is that okay? You guys are seeming tired. What's the problem? Huh? You're hungry. All right, help me to appreciate the panelists. Thank you so much for all your thought and your communication. I'll hand over to Victor now.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. It was a very illuminating session. Please let's stand up the panelists and take a photo. You know, as Stephanie was talking, and she was saying, food for thought. Wengine wetu we were like, food for stomach. Food for stomach. Around about that time, we really appreciate the very useful discussions and contributions and the ideas that actually have come from the panel. It's really eye-opening every time we listen to you guys. So thank you very much. Makofi as they go down the stage. All right. So hapo kwa food for stomach. Do you want to go for the next session, or we want to do food for thought or food for stomach? For thought. So we continue. It is 1:30. I think it's time we can take a quick lunch break. unless you're on intermittent fasting. You can continue working. Internet is also food for some people. We thank you, Liquid, for keeping it connected during this session. So we have a session coming up after lunch, which is going to be on connecting all people and promoting cyber hygiene. We're going to have Joseph Nzano from the CA, Maureen Moniki from Huawei Technologies, and Dr. Kate Gitao, and also Samuel Cheng from Safaricom. But before that, we need to get some food for thought and food for stomach. We have lunch is served in 2 places. We'll have down at the restaurant on the ground floor and also by the poolside. So we are suggesting that more people go downstairs and the others can enjoy the poolside. So depending on what you fancy, if you want to stare at water, you can go to the poolside. If you want to enjoy the restaurant experience, you can go downstairs, the Flame Tree restaurant. We're going to have vouchers. Our colleagues at the reception area where you registered will have the lunch vouchers. So you can pick one as you go for lunch. And how fast do we think we can have lunch? 10 minutes? Too ambitious. Okay, we can try to come back by 2:10. 2 o'clock. Let's aim for 2. We are saying we aim for 2 so that we are here by 2:10. All right. So as you step out, make sure you just keep your devices safe and watch out for keep your personal items safe with you. Bon appetit and see you at 2 o'clock. Makofi yangu iko wapi jamani? Asanteni, enjoy your lunch.
Yeah, because I signed something. I know I saw your name. So some puzzle when you yeah, because now when your boss telling me at the leave, I'm boss, then I confirm with you. I love to remember when you talk to the kids, so I was asking, hey, what's going on?